Well, hi, folks. Welcome to the show. I am Jim Ferguson, and you're in a live Freedom Train International special report like no other. And we've got a fantastic guest with us, Bryce Wade. Bryce, it's great to see you, mate. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Jim. Always a pleasure speaking with you, man. I really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to chatting with you today, man.
Well, I've got to say a real big thank you to you because not only have you given up time to come on with me for the first hour of this show, but you're actually staying on for the entire thing, for all four segments, all 4 hours. So that's a bit of a marathon, but there's a lot to talk about. We probably wouldn't get it all done in the first hour anyway. But tell us, you're with New World Precious Metals. We've been talking now for a while about the work that you and your company does. I actually met you in Calgary in Canada when I was over there the last time as well. You're a great guy, and I'm really, really pleased to have you here. So tell us a little bit about New World Precious Metals.
Sure. So there's brokerages that sell precious metals. So there's a bunch of different ways that you can get into precious metals. Brokerages help you get into physical precious metals. So you can get ETFs on, basically any of the exchanges. That's basically paper ounces. So we really recommend against that, not just because we sell it, but because they're effectively backed up not by physical precious metals. You can invest in the mining exploration side of things, and we're at the very, very end of the process. So if mining is the beginning, we're at the very end where we sell to retail, and retail is Joe Schmo, everybody, John Q taxpayer, and anybody that wants to get precious metals into their portfolio. We help them do that in a couple of different ways. One of the things that we do is physical precious metals, obviously delivered to you directly. This is what everybody does basically. We're a little bit unique because we have an international investment account where you can own precious metals at a vaulted service that's held internationally in the Cayman Islands, completely legal, 100% above board. Lots of very high flight people use this process, and then we could also do registered accounts in Canada. So if you're in Europe, a little bit different. I'm not sure what the apparatus looks like there, but everybody except U.S. clients is open to the international investment account. So that's kind of the main things that we do, and we're obviously brokers that help people understand what the value of precious metals is. So I've been speaking the good word of precious metals: defend your wealth, defend yourself against the insanity of the world right now. And so I'm really, you know what? In my life, there's only been a couple times that I felt that like this is where I belong, that I really love what I do. And this is, one of the few times in my life that I've been like, man, I really feel good about what I do, because not only do I get to talk about something that I'm passionate about, know a lot about, but it also helps other people. And I know that I'm doing good work for people that want to protect themselves and their family. So I feel amazing about doing what I do.
Well, I can see the passion in your voice, and I hear it. And I think one of the things that people maybe are wondering about is why gold and silver? Why now? Well,
Mm,
I would say that with the advent of CBDC, central bank
yeah.
digital currencies, people need to understand what is being planned by the globalist institutions, like the United Nations, like the EU, the European Union, and those other entities that want to have full control over people. Central bank digital currencies are going to be able to monitor every aspect of your money. And what's worse is they can sanction you. If you say something that they don't like, they can turn it off. They can also limit what you spend your money on. So if they think you're buying too much beef or too much meat or spending too much on fuel, they don't like, to save the planet in their own words, they can actually start to limit you. What's your own take on that? Because we've got CBDCs planned for October this year. We're only talking a few months away, Bryce.
Yes, I know. Been
Um,
talking about it for years.
they've been planning it for years, but they're now saying that they're going to move it to October this year.
Yep.
So, bearing in mind what we've said about the controls, the loss of privacy, the loss of freedom, we've already been seeing a war on cash over the last few years, and that's ramping up. And we'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. But what is your why do you always say to people, look, gold and silver can be a way out of this? I mean, explain to the people who maybe not thought about this, or they don't really understand that there is a way to protect your wealth. Maybe go into that in a little bit more detail.
Sure. So let's break it right down to the basics, right? The basics of the economy is, and the smallest piece of the economy is a transaction, right? So you have a thing that you have, I want it. how do we make a transaction? How do I get the resources that you have that I want, right? That is the lifeblood of what the economy is, right? And that process is what we call a transaction. So we trade something for whatever the resource, skill, or asset that we're trying to transact, right? And the way that that has historically happened is barter, right? Because there's only 5 ways that you can do a transaction with another person. That started with barter. You've got a bunch of grain, I've got a cow, it produces milk, I'll trade you some grain for a cow or some milk. We made a trade. That's barter in a nutshell, right? Now, that is good in the sense that it is very direct and very low to the ground. It is you a person, they trade a thing, right? Very simple. That's also very inefficient, right? It's very difficult for me on that level to trade with somebody in the other town because I'm not there to do it, right? And I don't necessarily know what my thing that I have is going to get me in another place, right? So the ratios of what is being traded are not very, it's not easy to set easily because it's, whatever you can get for it, you negotiate for, right? Which is good and bad, and depending on what you're trying to do. So what we eventually got to is what we need some sort of intermediary for my effort, time, and resources that I have so that I can get resources later that I don't have now, right? Now, this could have been all sorts of things. It could have been bark, could have been seashells. We eventually landed on gold and silver for a variety of reasons. One being they're quite rare. 2 being they don't rust, so they hold on to what they are. When we make it, they stay like that, right? So they don't change. And the third big one is that they are simple. It is a simple thing to understand that this piece of metal is now an intermediary for my time or effort, right? So I give you a coin, you can go take that coin and trade that coin for somebody else that has the resources that you need, right? And so we eventually graduated or devolved, if you will, to a credit-based system, a debt-based system, fiat currency, right? And fiat currency has a lot of pros and cons, right? So the way that the world has been financialized over the last 100-odd years, but it actually goes further back than that, because this happened in Rome, this happened in all great empires. You need to be able to say, I've got a goal out there, I need to be able to go and get that goal or achieve that goal. How am I going to fund it, right? There has to be some sort of return. That's what an investment is, right? And so we have this idea of putting debt into something in the future and getting a return on that based on what we think is going to happen with that investment. That is the kind of the underpinning of what an investment is, right? And so really, no, I shouldn't say started, but one of the ways that this really got catapulted to the next level was trying to fund expeditions, right? So Spain and Portugal, they're like, hey, we're going to go and around the world and find new places to conquer and get resources from, because, European economies were quite small. And they're like, hey, we need resources to bring back to the homeland, right? So this is where the genesis of empires really are, is I don't have enough in my borders that I have, go conquer somebody else and we'll take their resources too. That's what, eventually the Roman Empire became. But the problem is that when those empires hit a maximum, they start to reduce and they start to implode because they're focusing all of this energy and time inward instead of outward. And
so,
yep.
So, well, I was just going to say. So, I mean, when you talk about bartering, people need to sort of understand, if you don't want to go into this new world order system, then you need to have some kind of a parallel system, even if it's at the local level, where people can buy and trade goods and services and skills, because skills have value as well, haven't they?
Yes, very important, and that they're actually more important, right? So there's always people that say, I can't eat gold and silver. You are absolutely correct. The more important thing for you to do, if you don't have a lot of money, is go invest in the things that gold and silver would buy, right? Gold and silver are basically have 2 purposes in the context that we're talking about it right now, which is either I'm going to make a transaction with somebody for resources that I don't know I'm going to need later. So I'm going to go get something that I don't know that I need. So I need to be able to have something that I can trade for something later that I don't necessarily need now. And second, to back up larger amounts of wealth, right? So a lot of what we think of now is in dollars, because our generation has grown up in the dollar system. So we think of everything is in a dollar system. But if you grew up in China, you'd think of everything in a yuan system, right? How much is something worth? It's in yuan in your mind, right? If you were in China. And so for me, and for the people that don't want to be in a central bank digital currency, right, you have to think of what is something worth in your time, in your energy, in your effort, in gold and silver, instead of in dollars or in central bank digital currency. Because if the central bank digital currency is rolled out and digital IDs and all these other things get rolled out, they'll basically be able to push a button and remove you from that system. And this is the important part, stop you from getting resources, right? This is the purpose of currency, is you being able to access resources. And if they have that ability, you lose access to that.
Now, what I would say to the people who are out there watching this right now is if you go into your feeds and repost this live stream right now, we're going to reach tens and 20s and 30s of thousands of people very, very quickly, almost instantly. And this is extremely important because this gives people their freedom and their privacy back. They're trying to take it away from us. And the more people that are out there that start to deal with gold and silver, then the more it's going to give you the opportunity to barter with them. Do you understand? So reposting this and going into your feeds, putting it out, helping us to live stream this right now is critically important. The more people that do it, the better it is for all of us. Now, I'm going to say that there's going to be a banner coming up shortly that's got what's called an affiliate link to New World Precious Metals. And the reason that we're going to be doing that is because we've looked at a whole host of different companies over quite some period of time. We've investigated them, we've looked at them, we've reached out to many of them, and I've spoken personally to many others. But we settled on New World Precious Metals simply because of the structure and the insurance backup and the fact that you have vaults quite literally all around the world. Yep. So we're going to be able to see that link coming up. I think that it might be it coming up right now. So if you're watching this and you see that link, you just need to copy that link, put it into your browser, and it will take you straight in to New World Precious Metals, and you can learn all about how it works there. You can also reach out to us, and we'll tell you, answer any questions you might have. But going back to the whole concept of this, could you explain? Because some people think if you buy gold in particular, you're trying to make money, but that's not why you would do this, is it?
No, although in certain times in history, there is major historic bull runs, and I think we're in one of those times now. So typically, if you're getting into gold and silver, there's really one of three reasons, right? One is that you're trying to protect what you have, right? If your money is in the stock market right now, it's at risk. Like we're at all-time highs right now, and even the other day, yesterday, the stock market is almost, or the Dow Jones is almost 45,000. There's no reason for this. Like the job market just came out in the U.S. It's 30,000 down, and they were expecting 100,000 up, right? So like the economic data that is actually coming out is bad. Like there's no reason for this except ridiculous greed and exuberance, right? And one of the other things that Andy Sheckman, who's I hope you're able to interview at some time because he's absolutely like one of the geniuses of our time in our industry, and he's the CEO of Miles Franklin, which is a precious metals provider in the U.S. And he's basically shown and said and talked about how that there's 51% of the stock market investment right now is from retail. So this is the highest level since the dot-com bomb, right? So if you have a financial advisor and you have mutual funds, which is kind of a universal thing in the West, it's almost a guarantee that some of your money or a majority of your money, depending on how much allocation you have into mutual funds, is sitting in the stock market, sitting in stocks, sitting at the highest time in history when we're facing a war. We're facing the BRICS nations getting together to screw the US dollar. China is talking about backing up its currency with gold. The US definitely isn't going to do that, I don't think, anytime soon. There is massive amounts of risks to your portfolio right now. And I'm not a financial advisor, although there'll be one coming on a little bit later. But the reason I'm saying this is that when this type of thing happens throughout history, gold and silver are the safe haven. Like in 2007, 2008, when the GFC happened, people saw their portfolio just get absolutely tanked, and they sold and they went into precious metals because it was safer, right? And the thing that makes this different from last time is in 2007, 2008, we had something like 15 or 20 trillion dollars less debt in the US. I can't remember the exact number it was in 2008, but we are sitting on so much more debt. People are running out of money. Their jobs are at risk. We have AI coming in to replace people. Like the world is different. We are sitting on the precipice of something historic. Like we are literally living through historic times. Like the only thing that equates what we're going through right now to me in my mind is the fall of Rome, because this is the situation where Rome found itself when it fell, is that you have massive internal disagreements, you have political discourse, you have mass immigration, you had massive wars all over the place that were invading. You had the currency devaluation that had been happening for like a couple hundred years at that point because they were addicted to debt, just like we are. And so, like, I look at things from a historical perspective and say, what did the people during those times of chaos and discord do to protect themselves? They got the skills, assets, and resources that they needed for survival first. They got into a community and defended each other. And one of those aspects is the assets, right? This is an asset of safe haven. This is an asset that will protect you and your wealth and your family. And this is something that you can use if all else fails. And this is the important part. Let's say that we go best case scenario. This craziness that happens, the Great Awakening happens instead of the Great Reset, and we win. Well, we still have to rebuild afterwards. What does that look like, right? And the best example that I can give you is the American Revolution. They said to the British, no offense, screw you guys, we're done. And
hey,
we're
going to take it. I'm going to say there's a lot of Americans, and I'm going to make a point here because there's a lot of Americans watch this show, hundreds of thousands of them, in fact, as well as Canadians. Happy Independence Day, exactly. Well, look, you know what I would say is, you talk about Andy Schectman. I mean, I've actually spoken to Andy because you introduced me to him, and fantastic guy. So those of you who are watching from the United States that are hearing that New World Precious Metals can't operate there, well, there's all sorts of technical reasons for that. They're operating internationally around the world, but America's slightly different. Well, we are going to be partnering with Andy Schectman of Miles Franklin as well. So that means you're going to be able to come to Freedom Trade International, and we'll link you in with them. And they're a great team as well. I know you guys are good friends. Yeah.
He's a super guy, man. Like one of the smartest people I've ever talked to. Rick Rule as well. If anybody's looking for like gurus and people to actually follow that know about this stuff and know how this operates, Andy Schectman and Rick Rule, my two like number 1 and 2 guys. There's a couple other ones as well, but they're my big people because they speak from a place of not of caring so much, but the truth. Like, I look for people like yourself, and I try to exhibit this as well. I care about what's true. Even if it's not going to look the best, even if it's not going to be the best, I don't care. I care about what is true so people can make informed decisions. So I try to look at what happened historically, where are we now, and where are we going to go, and where are we trying to go, right? And Andy Schectman basically speaks from, these are the things happening that I see very close to the source of this information. This is what you have to look at, and this is what the information that's important to look at. And so one of the big things that he's been talking about recently is how suppressed the price of silver is. Silver is for daily use type of stuff, and if they're trying to suppress that, and one of the reasons for that is that there's a huge amount of silver that goes into weapons manufacturing. The West uses high-tech weapons. There's a lot of silver that's required to that, and so they want that price low so they can buy as much up as possible. But the East is really using that against us because they're getting as much as they can out of the West. China's going around the planet and buying up everything that they can get their hands on. And why I'm telling you this and why this is important, because you asked about the price of silver and the value of silver, or precious metals rather, is that the actual value of what your money is, how is that determined? Who determines how much your dollar is worth, right? The US dollar lost about 10% in the last 6 months or so. Who determined that? Why? There's a whole bunch of things that go into this, right? But the core price setting mechanism is supply and demand, right? That is the most basic thing of what sets prices. If there's a super high demand and a very low supply, what do prices do? They go up. If there's a huge supply and low demand, well, what do prices do? They go down, right? And this is kind of the basics of the economy as well. And because there's a massive amount of demand that has been suppressed, or sorry, the demand is there, there's a suppression of the price so that they can buy and continue to buy as much as possible. So this is something that the wealthy are doing. I just read a article yesterday that HSBC, of all places, said that 50% of their wealthy investors are looking to increase their gold stocks in the next 12 months. I don't know why they came out with that today or yesterday or this week or whatever it was, but this is something that the world is slowly waking up to, because we've seen a 30% increase in the price of gold this year. That is not normal. Like that, if you look at the incline of the price of gold, it's almost parabolic. And this is the important part of that, is that's still undervalued, right? It's still undervalued from where it is now because of how much demand there is. Like, yeah, I could go on and on for this. So
it's almost like it's an indication that the people, the moneyed people, the people with serious wealth, recognize what's coming. They want to protect what they've got, and of course, governments like Russia, like China in particular, they're buying vast sums because they recognize the value of it, and they can see that there are turbulent times, a storm that is approaching, a financial storm,
Yeah.
that is going to potentially rock the planet. So the whole purpose of Freedom Trade International is to provide solutions to people. We identify the issues and the problems, and then we provide the solutions. And that's exactly what we're doing on freedomtraininterntional.org, our website. If you go onto there and subscribe, do it right now. The link's in the description. If you do that, you are going to open up the door to real advice, real world advice on what to do, even if you're a novice, even if you've never thought about this before. But the time to operate, the window is closing. You've got to get on with it and do it now. And that's why I had a meeting with our ambassadors there just a few days ago. And we made the decision that CBDCs, the advent of central bank digital currencies, is now imminent. They are determined to implement it. So we are going to resist that, and we're going to put on a monthly show. So one of the things I would love to do is to a monthly show on purely on focusing on gold and silver. I mean, we do pretty much weekly shows, and we're putting out content all the time. But this is so important that we actually want to take new guests on. So Andy Sheckman, yourself, maybe coming on together once again. We could do another 4-hour live special, because this is so critically important, and people need to understand and catch up. And through a previous conversation with you, only 1% of people in the West are actually investing in this. Whereas in China, I think you said the figure was about 10%. I think in India, it was 20 or 25% of people. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, exactly. It's important to realize why, right? People in the West, and well, maybe not so much in Europe, but I think it is important to understand why. That the majority of people in the West, we have lived in the most successful, safest, most economically affluent time in all of human history. Like in no other time in human history does it even come close to the amount of value that we get for what we do. Like the amount of effort that we put into to what we get out of that effort is just orders of magnitude more than in all of human history, right? And so we feel very safe. We've been lulled into this false sense of security that all of the history of humanity doesn't matter because we figured it out. We're the West, we're powerful, we've got these Western ideals, we've got these institutions that protect us, and a lot of that comes from the US military, right? Because I have lived in Vancouver, Canada my whole life, and I don't think about war. I know that the biggest military in all of human history, with the biggest tech, the best guns, and all of the biggest, pull the Trump, is the greatest ever seen, and blah, 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 right? I don't worry about that because I know that the biggest guns are pointing at other people, right? But because of that, we've become lazy, we've become soft, and because of that, we've become vulnerable. And what's coming is in response to our lack of civic duty to maintain the institutions that built this into what it is. They've become corrupted, the people are corrupt, and the systems that guide us and that administrate us are now being controlled by people that are against us, not of, for, and by us, right? And so because of this, you have to take, the person, whoever's watching this, you have to take personal responsibility and say, if I can't trust my government, if I can't trust my bank, if I can't trust whoever is out there, if I can't trust people, who can I trust? Who can I rely on? And it has to start with you. You have to take the responsibility and say, what am I going to do for my community, my family, and myself to ensure that I survive? Gold and silver is a universal way that everybody has access to, that you can at least take one step and say that this amount of money is protected under my purview, right? This is one of the core values that I want everybody to understand. You don't have to do everything. The rule of thumb is 10 to 20% of your net wealth goes into precious metals. That's a good, safe place to do it. If you don't want to be super aggressive about precious metals, that's a safe way to do it. If you don't have even the money to do that, just go and buy assets and food and, prepare for tough times. That's another thing that you can do. Tom Marazza will talk about that a little bit later. But the point that I'm trying to get across is that in tough times throughout history like this, where currencies have been potentially failing, governments have been potentially failing, just think about what's happened in the last 10, 15 years. There's been half a dozen countries that have literally collapsed like in our lifetime, right? And to think that we are beyond that is ridiculous.
I mean, you talked about Rome, the Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire. They became decadent, and that's what's happening in the West through corruption, through just really, really bad levels of corruption, and of course the infiltration of our institutions, not just our governments and parliaments from globalist entities, but our actual institutions, our policing, our intelligence services, our healthcare, our education systems. They are all deeply corrupted, and that kind of levels of corruption are starting to be noticed and seen. And so you're quite right. There is nobody coming to save us.
No.
We've got to save ourselves. And the people that the people out there who are watching this right now, you need to understand. Bryce is absolutely right. The onus is on us as individuals to look after our families, ourselves, and our communities, our neighbours. And yes, we should be looking out for each other in our local communities. And Wayne Peters, who will be coming on a little bit later on, one of our ambassadors, he's a huge advocate of localized planning, local systems coming together. When we talk about skills, we talk about doctors, nurses, dentists, car mechanics, farmers, food producers. These are people with skills that we will all need at some point. So you need to be reaching out to them. Be nice to your neighbors. Build up that trust with them. Build up that sense of community, because you're going to be dependent on them. Anybody that thinks they're going to get a rifle and hold out for the next 7 years against the superstate, I'm afraid it's not going to happen. But if you're teamed up with other networks and people around you, that's different. You support each other. But I want to talk about a little bit more about the business side, because it's not just individuals that can take advantage of gold and silver or precious metals, is it?
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. And we're kind of unique in the sense that I've never seen anybody else that can do this, but we can. And we can do corporate accounts, right? So if you have a business, right? Generally, when you need money for your business, you have to go to a bank and give them your firstborn child a sample of DNA and whatever else information that they're asking for, and then they can still say, "Well, we don't like the cut of your jib. Get out of here," and they can still reject you for whatever reason, right? And so, one of the things that you can do with this process is, if you have a business, you've got extra money that's sitting in the business, you can put some of it towards a precious metals account. You can hold precious metals on your balance sheet, and you can loan against it. So right now, because the interest rates are quite high, it's fairly expensive. It's about 11% right now, but I'm sure that will come down soon. But basically, you can have a guaranteed line of credit that is your money that you control, and you don't have to go outside of your business to get funding for something if you need it. So it's basically like it's kind of like a savings fund in a sense, but you're saving precious metals, something that's increasing in value and will significantly increase over the next 5 years or so, instead of holding it in cash, which is being devalued, right? And Canada, as an example, so just made a security pact with the EU. Now, for everybody that's watching the EU, love you guys and all, but here's the harsh reality: is that my economy here in Canada and your economy in Europe has been in decline for quite a while. One of the reasons for that is energy policy. Another reason for that is immigration policy. Another reason for that is a lack of resources, right? So the regulation around business has vastly increased over the last 20 years across the Western world. This has a lot to do with the left-wing governments basically wanting to increase control over who does what, how, when, and where, right? And because of that, it's stifling business. It is much harder to do business these days. We make the joke in one of my communities here that they've criminalized business and legalized crime because like they protect criminals and they punish businesses for doing business. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, well, it is crazy, but it's actually quite insidious and quite wicked as well, what they're doing, because it is by design. I want to go back to this corporate account and also want you to explain, for those that are maybe coming up to pensionable age or maybe getting pensions, they can maybe take tax-free lump sums, and the rules might be different in different countries, but it's reasonably much the same. They can take that, and once again, they could open up a corporate account or buy bullion if they've got 20, 30, 40, 50, 100,000, it depends on what it is. And they can actually do that then as well, can't they? Or investors.
Yes. So in the US and Canada, it's what's known as a registered account. So in the US, it's an IRA or 401k. That's kind of a thing unto itself. We can do that. We just choose not to because there's so much other companies that do that. So if you're in the US, go and talk to Andy Sheckman at Miles Franklin. They'll take care of you. They're a really good company. We don't really touch that because we focus on international markets in Canada. So in Canada, it is what we call registered accounts. There's TFSAs, LIRAs, which is locked in registered account, RSPs, registered retired savings plans, and all of those registered accounts we can work with. You can back up some or all of your money with that with precious metals. But I'll say this is that over my generation in Canada here, it was pounded into my head through TV and parents and people in finance that you have to get your contributions into RSPs, because what RSPs are a tax deferred vehicle, right? And so what the idea there is publicly is that you pay into this, we tax you less on your income, so you get taxed less now, and then when you retire, you're going to have this money here, and then because you'll take it out slowly when you're not making as much money, then we'll tax you less then too. So the whole idea there is you're basically saving taxes. Now, what I've seen in practice, however, from a whole bunch of clients that have, a couple $100,000 in these registered accounts, is that effectively what that means is that you have a cap on your ability to spend money, or a cap on your standard of living. Otherwise, you get pushed into a higher tax bracket, and then they take those taxes anyway. And the other big portion or point of that is that they also affect your pension. So if you get paid a pension and you're retired and you pull out an extra $50,000, it affects how much they send you, because that's income, right? And so what I have come to the determination of it's better on its face for you to have your money under your control in a financial institution that you trust, rather than registered with the government just for a little bit of tax savings. The wealthy don't do this. The wealthy use all sorts of different strategies and tactics to make sure that I have the control, I minimize my taxes, and I get the maximum return. That's why they're rich. They don't want to pay all of the taxes for all of that we do, even though in some cases they do pay quite a bit. So I'm not like harshing on rich people in general. I'm just saying that they use strategies that are not told to the rest of us, because why would they tell us all of their secrets? That's what got them wealthy.
So what we're discussing here is another way for people, though, to do that and to safeguard what they've got. And of course, if people do take out, because you can take out if you withdraw parts of the pension early in a lump sum, for example, that could be used to buy gold. It could be used to buy precious metals. And that's another way of doing it. And those people that might have savings, 30, 40, 50, 100,000 or more, once again, if that money is effectively sitting in a fiat currency account in a bank somewhere, it's at risk. We're only 3 months away from central bank digital currencies.
Yes.
They could be imposing limits on what you can spend, on what you can withdraw. It might be a good idea to take that out and get that into New World Precious Metals through what we're doing here with you, for example. Because the other thing that people need to should know about is the vaults. You have got vaults all over the world, high security vaults. And it means the big difference between what you're doing, which is why through discussion with our ambassadors, we really want to get involved with you guys in New World Precious Metals, because you also are very happy to send that gold or that silver to the people that want it whenever they want it. I mean, that's something that's quite unique. You're not just getting a piece of paper. You're actually able to get the real thing sent to you wherever you are.
Correct. Yeah. And I think it's very important for people to understand this, is that there's always people that say, if you don't own it, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Right. So it's very valid, very reasonable, fully agree. Right. The problem is that if you hold it, there's only two ways that you can make a transaction with somebody, which is physically you agree with somebody, here's a piece of metal, give me whatever the thing is, or you take it to an exchange, they charge you about 10%, and then they'll give you the cash so you can make the transaction, right? Now, I don't know what's going to happen with that, but it is important for everybody to understand that if you invest with us in this international investment account, that we can send it to you at any time. You can look at the world and say, hey, I don't like the way things are going, send me my gold and silver, whatever, and they will do that, right? That's always an option. Now, if they don't have the actual coins or bars or whatever on hand, because you're basically investing in allocated funds. So this bar beside me here is basically what it looks like. They're about 12.5-kilogram bars, and you are allocated ounces. So if you see that, hey, the World War III is really kicking off, I don't trust anybody, even these guys send me my stuff, they'll still do that. So you can always take delivery of your precious metals. But I want to go back to something else that you said too, which is, and I just lost it out of my head. Give me 1 sec. What did you say just before that? It was really important.
We were talking about the ability for people to take their investments. If they've got 30, 40, 50,000 or more, some people might have a lot more than that. And it's sitting in a fiat currency, in an account, sitting in a bank. Yeah.
Yeah, the banks, right? So it's really important to understand this as well, right? So in 2007, 2008, we had what's called bailouts, right? So if you think of this circle as the banks, right? The banks were like, hey, we're making big money and we're making these bets, and we screwed up, we lost a whole bunch of money. Help us, government. And what did they do? They took our money, taxpayers' money, and they said, don't worry, banks. I know you guys suck at being banks, but we'll make you whole. So they did. That's what I call it. That's what a bailout is, right? But a bail-in is what's coming. And a bail-in is this bank does exactly the same thing, but instead of getting public outside money, they take whatever money is inside the bank, take it and they make it theirs. And so they give you stock in the bank that's now worthless because they just collapsed. But they give you the stock in the bank by liquidating and effectively seizing your assets. That's what a bail-in is. Now, they tested this in Cyprus some years ago now, but the legislation exists in Canada for this to happen. I don't know all of the countries that this exists in the EU, but I'm sure it's there as well, because they're actually talking about, and I saw an article about this a couple months ago now, that they were talking about getting access to the $10 trillion in savings across the EU of people's money so that they can militarize for war. Trump's talking about, 5%, right? We're talking about 5% for war. Well, who are we going to war with? Right? There is a war, and I'm not saying that there is not a war. There absolutely is a war, and I'm not actually that against that. I'm just against the way that they're talking about doing it, because you can't tell me that you guys that suck spending money already, you're just going to take my money and continue to suck at spending it. I don't think so, man. So if
the thing is, people that might be watching this say, well, that can't be legal. They couldn't take my money. Yes, they could.
Yes, they
don't think unless they have, and yes, they will. If you leave it in there and they want it, they're going to take it. But they can't take it if you've taken that fiat currency out and you've invested it into gold and silver. This is how you resist the globalist New World Order system. Yep. This is the way to do it. This will hurt them. This will hurt them, but it will help you.
Yeah, exactly. I want everybody to think about this as a portion of your financial and individual sovereignty, right? So there's a really old idea that predates civilization itself, that basically says you only get what you can take and you can protect. Otherwise, it ain't yours, right? That's the genesis of all empire. You've got some stuff, I'm taking it. If you say no, well, you got to fight me for it. That's what a war is. If I come to you and say, that's some nice stuff you got over there, give it to me, and you say no, and I say, well, I'm coming to take it, that means we got to fight about it, right? And that's what a war is. That's what they've told us they're going to do. If somebody comes to me and says, you're going to own nothing and be happy, and I already am happy because I own a bunch of stuff that makes me real happy, well, how am I going to be happy if you take it all? And what does that mean?
Exactly.
Are you going to own nothing and be happy, or are you just going to be even more happy that you took all my stuff and you own everything now? Like, it's just the most ridiculous statement to make, that they're going to be don't worry about it. You'll be super happy when I take all of your stuff. What an insane thing to say.
Exactly. You talked about the Great Reset. I actually believe we are going through the Great Awakening. It is, and it is a race. And I think one of the things that people need to understand that are watching this right now. By the way, I'm going to remind you, go in to your feeds and repost it. Go on, do it right now. Just do it, because this needs to reach as many people as possible. This is actually better for everybody. The more people that can survive outside in a parallel financial system using gold and silver or other precious metals, the safer you will be. What Bryce is talking about is coming. Of that, I have absolutely no doubt. I want to go back to what you were talking about in terms of the collapse of empires, because I think it's very relevant. When we talk about the British Empire, we talk about the Roman Empire, we talk about any of these other empires, they all get to a certain point and then they collapse in themselves, usually through decadence and corruption and all these other things. We are now witnessing almost like a global empire, a globalist empire that's in the making. We're just waiting for their great leader to appear. But the point is this: it will collapse. It will collapse. And you mentioned something critically important. We will be in a position to rebuild society when and after that collapse happens. But if we've got the wealth and we've got the ability and we've got the stocks and we've got the supplies and we've got the provisions that we need, we can help those around us. Because I go back to Wayne Peters' points. It's about localism. We are an international organization, and it's important to remember that Freedom Train International took its inspiration from the Canadian Freedom Convoy and what they did, and when they stood up against a tyrannical regime under Trudeau against the mandates. Yeah. But they froze the Canadians' accounts. They froze them. They did
judicially, most importantly. They didn't have the legal ability to do that, but they did anyway.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, don't think for 1 second these globalists are going to give anybody any quarter. They won't. And when they get their hands on your money through central bank digital currencies, that's all linked into digital ID. And one of the things they're going to do is they're going to say, oh, we're not replacing cash. Of course, we're not doing that. We just want to have this alternative system. And they will sweet talk you into it. They will make it so easy for you. They'll offer incentives. And what they're trying to do is to get as many people and businesses to convert over into the CBDC structure. And when they get over that tipping point, that's when the shutters come down. And then they will say, where cash is no longer needed because nobody else is using it. They'll exaggerate the statistics and the figures and everything else. Yeah. And they'll say, well, it's inefficient to have two systems. So we're going to say that by the 1st of October, whatever year it is, we're going to take away cash. And if you have cash, well, it's not going to be legal tender anymore. So you need to take it to a bank, convert it into central bank digital currencies, or you're going to lose it. That is what they're planning to do, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And this is the thing that I wanted to focus on that you mentioned that was very, very important. There is something that we can do about this, right? So hold on to cash, continue to use cash, try to use cash as much as possible. And the thing that you even posted a video about this, because I remember I actually followed you long before I even knew who you were. I'm like, oh man, this guy's saying a lot of cool stuff. So it's actually kind of a little bit of a fangirl to be on a show with you and chatting with you in this way. But you posted a video of a guy in the UK that he wanted to get, I think it was like $6,000 or $12,000 or something to buy a motorcycle, and they flat out said no. I'm like, because basically what this shows in no uncertain terms is that you don't own your money if it sits in a bank. You either have cash, you have gold and silver, or you have the bank's money, and they allow you to use it at their mercy. And you don't want to be in a situation where you're at the mercy of somebody else to get the resources that you need to survive for you and your family, right? And this is the important
post. That post that you're talking about, it was actually reposted by Alex Jones as well. It was so cool, and he's now following me as well. But the thing is, what happened was this guy went in and he wanted to get about £5,000 or £6,000 out to buy his son a motorbike. And they wouldn't give it to him. And they said, well, what kind of motorbike? He says, well, I don't know. I'm going to have a look around. And they said, well, we can't just give you that money. And he's going, it's my money.
We can't give you your money. What?
Yeah, we can't. Because they consider it to be their money, right? This is the danger of banks. But I wouldn't trust a single bank out there. They're all corrupt and they're all globalists. You need to get your money out of the banks as a matter of priority. But you don't want to be stuffing 30, 40, 50,000 pounds into the mattress in fiat currency, because fiat currency could lose its value overnight. You've got to convert that into something tangible that's got net worth, and gold and certainly silver and other precious metals is the way to go on that. But that was a good example, I have to say, yeah.
I'll give one caveat to that, though, because there is actually a really good example of going the opposite way and saying, no, we're going to protect cash, right? Because at the end of the day, cash is still an intermediary, right? It is a valuable tool to use for the purposes of transaction, because it's freedom. It literally is freedom, because I have this physical thing that I can give to somebody else that's physical. There's no tracking whatsoever, right? So there is value in it, right? And the reason that I'm positioning it in this way is because we're talking about pushing back in central bank digital currencies, okay? So one of the best examples, and anybody can go look this up, is India, right? India tried to push a central bank digital currency a couple of years ago, or a digital currency. Technically, it wasn't technically a central bank digital currency, but it was still a digital currency. And the Indians said, "Get bent." They literally said, "We're not doing it," and it was pandemonium. They literally almost had a revolt across the country because everybody used cash. Everybody had access to gold and silver, and they used cash in their daily lives. I need cash to buy my food, to feed my family, to do this and that, and I have to use my phone now that I got to charge. And it's just the dumbest system that only benefits the people that control the system. That's the only reason that they are pushing this. It doesn't benefit us at all. And they collectively said no. And I think it's important to make this point too, right? There's two words in the English language that are dangerous and powerful. One is truth. It is a very powerful word, because what is true and what does that truth mean and who does it affect? It's a very dangerous thing to say. And, people that speak truth to power are generally attacked for that reason, because they're speaking truth to power, and power doesn't like truth because they live on a bed of lies, right? But the other one, and the most important one, and the most powerful word in the English language is no. No, it's not happening. No, it's not going anywhere further. No, I'm not going to allow you to do it. No, it ain't happening, bro. Right? And if you say that collectively as a group of people who say, it ain't happening, we're done, then it doesn't happen, right? That is the line in the sand that you eventually have to decide, where is that line? Am I going to do this or not? And if the decision is no, and the collective consensus is no, we ain't doing it, then it ain't happening. And if somebody says, well, we're going to force it down your throat, well, this is like the dichotomy of choice, right? You either make a choice by your consent and by choice, or by somebody forcing you to do it. Those are the only two ways that you make a choice: by my choice or by your choice by force. That's it, right? And so if you want to make that choice, yep.
I was going to give you an example of the war on cash and how it's happening. I mean, I've been traveling extensively over the last 2 years, and I was over in the Netherlands just a week or two ago as well for about 4 or 5 days. And I'd been all over the different European countries. But when I was in Netherlands the time before that, I went to a place called Hoofddorp, and I started noticing all these different signs on shop windows and doors as you go in. They say they don't accept cash. And this person that was showing me around took me and they said, I'll show you where you get the cash. And they took me to these two little, they're called cash buddies. I can't remember what they say it in Dutch, but two cash buddies. And then I said, is that the only places you can actually withdraw cash? And they said, no, come round the corner. Then there was another two cash buddies. And that was the entire, that was the only places you could actually withdraw cash. No banks. The last bank had closed about 3 or 4 years before that. There were no banks. There were no building societies. There was nowhere else to get cash. And every single one of those cash buddies, those little dispensers, were out of order. So I said to the person that was showing me around, I said, how long have they been out of order? He says, probably about 4 or 5 months. So there was no effort to allow anybody to get cash or access to cash. So when they start to do that, and of course, the Netherlands is West Central. I mean, the levels of surveillance in the Netherlands is on a whole other scale. Every motorway, every highway, you've got cameras literally every 100 yards watching your registration plate, facial recognition. So it is coming, it is happening, and I want to ask you, I want you to pick maybe 2 or 3 points because we're coming up very quickly to the end of the segment. We've got about 12 minutes left yet, but I want to ask you, in your opinion, what are the 2 or 3 main points that you would like to address on this particular segment with me? I mean, you're going to be on for the next 4 hours, but what are the 2 or 3 things that we maybe haven't covered yet that you would like to bring up before we move it on to the next segment?
There's a couple main things that we face. So on my Twitter page, my profile, I basically outline the 8 existential crises of 2030, which is social collapse because our birth rates we're basically losing people at a historic rate, effectively. Economic implosion, the authoritarian medical tyranny that they're trying to push through WHO and all this other stuff, food shortages, energy scarcity, World War III, AI and Skynet, and ultimately the oligarchy. Those 8 things are kind of the big things that we face. And why I'm bringing these up is that you can't fight these things alone. What that means is that no matter what is coming down the pipeline, whether you think it's going to be roses and sunshine and unicorns and rainbows, or it's going to be the most, horrific doomscape, imaginable, anywhere between those 2 things, you can never defeat these things alone. You have to be in a group, right? So one of the big things that I try to impart upon people is the 5 things that will keep you and your family alive: skills, assets, resources, community, and protection. Not necessarily in that order, but collectively. So that forms a fist of what you need to think about when you're making decisions on what you're going to do for the next couple of years. Like, my girlfriend wants to travel all the time. I'm not traveling. I'm focusing on this because I see this as the biggest threat to not just my life and my family, but to our collective future. Because I think it's important to realize that if this battle is lost, if this war is lost for humanity and the Western values that we say we care about, if they are lost now, they're never coming back. There's never going to be a time in the future that we will have the technical capacity to rebel. Because effectively what will happen is people will be born into a world where they're stuck with a microchip. They're not taught about the things that, like these Western values that we have, and they're going to grow up as basically slaves. There'll be 2 tiers of society: the cool kid crew and all of the slaves. And I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in the communist hellscape that is coming. And to defeat that and to oppose that, it requires collaboration between people. And so I like to think of this as wherever you are a node of freedom and Western values and the things that you hold dear. You have to organize in that physical location that you are and work with other people and say, how are we going to work together and how are we going to defeat this? Now, you don't have to defeat all of these things, but you have to pick something that you can rally around and say that this is the thing that we're going to take care of. And if you go right down to the bottom level, and the most that you can do is we're going to focus on providing food and skills and medical attention and whatever, it literally doesn't matter what it is as long as it's something. this is the most important thing that I try to impart upon people, is that when you come to a group of people, you have to provide value. That is the ultimate purpose of a collective, a tribe or a community, is that everybody provides and adds to the totality of that community. And so if that's being able to cook good food for everybody around you, and you can't walk too far, or you can take care of a garden, pick something that you are interested in and be an expert in that thing, and then bring it to the community so you can provide value. Even if it's your labor, even if it's your jokes and your good nature and the ability to problem solve with other people, literally anything, right? And I'll make this final point and then hand it back to you. Because our birth rates are declining, one of the most important things that's going to be lost is the ability to maintain and create and build and manufacture technology. We love the technology that we enjoy right now. I'm sitting on a Zoom call effectively with people on the other side of the planet that everybody anywhere could watch right now. We could have 1 billion people watching this if the servers could handle it, right? But this technology requires people to maintain it. There's server farms and all sorts of connections all over the planet that make this possible. If we lose that stuff, we lose the technology that goes with it. So the skills required to maintain technology going forward are going to be extremely, extremely important. So I'll go back to this, and this is my final point. If you can't afford gold and silver, go get skills.
Mm-hmm. And I would say also that age isn't necessarily a barrier, because people that have lived longer, they're maybe grandparents, they understand how to look after children, they understand how to look after things, or they've learned skills in their lives. These can also be valuable commodities that they can put towards that community group. And I think that's that's probably where we're going to be heading in the not too distant future. I think those kind of groups are already there. They're already forming. I know that there's a lot of that through our outreach within Freedom Trade International to many other countries as well. People are starting to form up, and they're starting to realize that they're not going to be able to survive this on their own. They need to form these networks and these groups and work together with each other. The other thing I would also say is that you might find when central bank digital currencies come along, it won't be humans that make the decision. It might be an AI that does, yes. And it's going to be programmed to limit to what you can purchase, where you can go. And there's another aspect to these 15-minute smart cities that people haven't woken up to yet. So here it is. If you are confined to a 15-minute smart city and they employ the use of what's called geofencing, in other words, invisible barriers, but if you leave, your money may no longer work. Your central bank digital currency wallet, whatever's in it, may no longer be able to be used in the next district, like they like to call it. It's a bit like the Hunger Games, isn't it? They even call them districts. It's so dystopian and mad. But I mean, that is another reason why you want to have something else in your pocket. When you do decide to leave, you can go somewhere else and you can purchase goods, skills, commodities, food, whatever it might be.
Yeah, exactly. And this is effectively caging people in and enslaving people. Like we all say in the West that we're really against enslavement, and the left, lunatics that they are in some cases, they're like, yeah, we're all about this new age stuff and technocracy, because this is effectively what it is. It's technocracy controlled by an oligarchy, right? And at some point, you have to realize that these things that are being pushed on us are the epitome and the definition of evil, right? This is slavery, corruption, tyranny, the most horrific things you can imagine. Like one of the reasons that I hate communism so much is because of their absolutely terrible track record of doing something even remotely good for humanity. Every single thing that they do is like, I'm taking stuff by force, I'm stealing other people's stuff, and then I'm taking control of whoever's left. Like, it's an insane ideology that is nothing but destructive, right? We in the West want individual freedoms and the ability to live our lives in peace. Well, peace is over. There's no more. We're living in a time of war now. Peace is over. You're not going to be able to escape this. You're not going to be able to run from it. There's nowhere to hide. And maybe this is an important point to make as well. The thing that makes this different from all of human history is the link and the union of AI and robotics, and specifically drones. They don't even have to be robotics, right? Just drones themselves. Like the technology in warfare that is happening. I'm sure people have seen the stuff that's coming out of Ukraine. That's the future. And eventually that's going to be turned on all of us. And you don't want to be a defenseless civilian that says, oh, why are these things in the sky? Oh, that's cool. And then they just blow up in your face. Like, that is a possibility. And to defend against that, you have to be A, aware of it, and then B, do something to prepare for it. And I can't stress this enough. Eventually we're going to get to the point where there's no soldiers because they're going to replace them with drones. Why would I spend decades of training a soldier and infinite amounts of money to make sure that this guy, person, whatever, is a warfighter or whatever, when I can set up a factory, turn out drones at $1 million a month or whatever the number is, and I have millions of soldiers effectively that can go and kill other people. Like, this is where our technology is going, and this is to me the scariest thing imaginable, because the people that control us already also control that technology. And if they make a decision at some point to push a button and say everybody that's on my shit list, that's it, they're done. That's it. We've lost. And so to prepare for that eventuality, you have to understand that this technology is here, not in the future. And the only way that you can prepare for it is getting in a community and working together. That's the only thing that they fear, and that's the only thing that'll set us free.
One of the other things that I'm always telling people, if you go to freedomtraininternational.org, it will teach you how to get out of debt. If you've got credit card debt, if you've got any other kind of debt, there are systems there that will actually teach you and show you how to do it. Yes, you will have to be disciplined. Yes, you might have to get rid of Netflix. Yes, you might have to stay at home instead of going out for dinner. Yes, you might need to cancel that holiday that you were going to spend $1,000 on to Disney World or whatever it was you're planning on going. It's about getting your priorities in order and understanding what is coming just over the horizon. It's not far away. And once again, I would ask all of the people that are watching this right now, go into your feeds, repost it once again. It doesn't matter if you've already done it. Do it again and reach as many people as we can, because there is strength in numbers. The more people that hear this message, the more people that actually action it and do something about it, the safer you will be. We're coming up for a couple of minutes. I want to, maybe for a minute and a half, I'm going to ask you, Bryce, to give our closing remarks before we go to the next ambassador, to the next segment. The floor is yours.
I just want to tell everybody that whatever you do in the next 5 years is going to determine how well you and your family do. So I highly recommend and implore you to do whatever you feel is necessary to achieve the goals of safety and protection for you and your family and your community. There's like I just said before, there's no way to escape what's coming. That they have determined that this is what their plan is, and we need an alternative. We need something that they have pointed and said, we're going here and we're pushing you there. For us to oppose that is one thing, but for us to decide we want to go somewhere else is another. And eventually we're going to have that discussion. And I don't know how we're going to have that yet, but it definitely needs to be had. And the only way that we'll be able to have it is that if we have strong communities with strong people in them that are able to defend themselves and say, I want to work with this. I want to work with other people that are like-minded. I don't want to live in this tyranny. I want to live in freedom. What are we going to do and how are we going to do it? Eventually, we have to have that discussion.
Well, we're having them now, and we're going to continue to have them, because Freedom Train International is going to do a monthly breakdown of all these different things that you're going to be listening to over the course of the next 4 hours. So I would just like to say thank you, Bryce. You're going to be on next with our next ambassador. So the folks out there, don't go away. And remember, repost this, get it out there, and visit freedomtraininternational.org once the show's over. Get subscribed. You're not going to be sorry if you did that, but I'm telling you now, it's all happening. So don't go away. We're just about to go to the next segment. And thank you, Bryce. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. I'm going to see you later on when I come back in to close out the show. So thank you so much. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back. Okay.
Welcome back, viewers. We're into the second segment of our Saturday 4-hour weekly special with a very timely guest and a very timely subject matter. Bryce, thank you for doing this. It's going to be a whirlwind of a ride today with 4 different segments and whole bunch of faces and a whole bunch of different perspectives and opinions. And on that note, Tom, it's very great to have you back in again. It's been a little while since we had a chance to have a discussion like this, and it's I think I believe everything happens for a reason always. And it's in between the last times we chatted, you've published a new book, and that is very timely to the discussion that we're going to be diving into here in the second segment of this tonight. And folks, if you don't know me, my name is Wayne Peters. I am the Monday to Friday host of the What's Up Canada podcast. You can find us on most of the uncensored platforms, give or take, because we tend to challenge conversations like this. But just before we get into the subject matter here, I want to kind of seed the conversation with an article that just came across my desk this morning. Bryce, you were talking in the first segment, this isn't fantasy, it's here. And here we see this article where the Bank of Canada identifies technical path for retail CBDC in the new research paper, and the study outlines a viable system design for a Canadian digital dollar with high privacy and speed. Tom, I want to ask you first, what does that conjure in your mind when you see a headline like that? I know the response to it is going to be in the book, and we're going to talk about that real soon. But when you see a headline like that, and Bryce, as you said, it's not fantasy, it's here. But Tom, what does that make you think when you see that?
Well, and again, thanks for inviting me onto the show. Nice to see you again, Bryce. It's been a long time since you and I have actually had a chance to speak too. When I see these types of headlines, what it tells me, it's like literally I could hold up a stopwatch. I'm basically now clicking the button. The clock has now begun. And the more and more I see this being mainstreamed, where the public is being prepared for this eventual CBDC, no matter what the public desires, we know that we have governments all around the world that have us in a power of attorney relationship. You put a little X on a ballot, or you don't. And they believe in their minds that they're not representing your wishes. They believe that they have power of attorney. So we're in this relationship as the public, the 41 million of us in the public, against federally 338 people. And I don't count all 338. There's a couple of good ones in there, Andrew Lawton being one of them, and a couple others. Yeah. But at the end of the day, when I see the attempt by the government and the propaganda media, CBC, you and your viewers know who I'm talking about, normalizing something that we don't want. All that does to me is hit the start button on the stopwatch, where it is now telling me I have a certain amount of time. So when they make an announcement, I can project out when this might take into effect. This kind of gives me an indication of how much time I have to prepare. So that's really the biggest thing. I look at it as a trigger. It's a trigger that indicates something for me. I have to make a decision in the future. That's what these things are.
Yeah.
Bryce and I do a weekly show, and we've been screaming from the mountaintops. It's like we're running out of runway. And Bryce, when you were mentioning earlier in the first segment about this not being fantasy, it's here, and I start the second segment with a headline like that. What's your first thought?
Well, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to fangirl over Tom a little bit, because it's actually quite an honor for me to be on a public forum like this with somebody that I really look up to. I look for people in society that are willing to put themselves at risk for what they believe in, and Tom has done this in spades. So, Tom, I just want to thank you for a second and all of the stuff that you've done. This book is amazing. It's one of my focuses now, and you've really done a lot for really taking the freedom community and the freedom movement to international levels. So, I can't thank you enough for all the stuff you've done and the risk that it's done to your personal life. So thank you for indulging me for a second. But I just wanted to say that it's really, really important for people to understand is that they are not going to stop at all. that this is a goal that they've been telling us about for years, if not generations, and now we're reaching the end game, right? Agenda 2030 is what they say. This is the time that we're going to have our little plan done, right? And so when I see this, like, I've been literally expecting this. Like, I went to a conservative rally, whatever, years ago in the middle of COVID, and spoke to Melissa Lensman about exactly this. I was like, hey, there's central bank digital currencies are going to be coming. What's the conservative policy about this? And it gave me some political nonsense answer, right? And now we're literally living this. Like, and like I was saying before, there's no value to us. There's none. Like, so what I see coming down the pipeline for this is nothing but control and nothing but forcing us to accept something that we don't want. And so really what comes up in my mind is what the hell are we going to do about it? Because that's the ultimate thing that matters. If we don't have a plan, if we don't have a pathway, and if we don't have a goal, we're not going to succeed in defeating this nonsense. And I really look to Tom's book now. What are the actual physical steps to take to actually achieve this? Like, because I talk to people about the hand of change, which is questions, answers, actions, results, and choices, right? And when I watched the great video that you did with Canadian Prepper about this book, you explained that this is the process, the methodology to actually achieving what are we trying to achieve and how are we going to get there. So, I can't thank you enough for actually putting into technical words what I've been trying to figure out for quite a while. So yeah, love you, man, for doing that.
Thank you.
That kind of reminds me, and shame on me, I kind of take for granted knowing you guys, personally. We chat about things outside of programs like this, but we're on an international platform here right now, and there's people from all around the world that are tuning into this. Thousands and thousands. There'll be tens of thousands by the time we get through this. So, Tom, for folks that aren't familiar with you as familiar as I am, I know that you've got a special insight into this technological encroachment that's coming on us. So maybe give the folks a little bit of a insight into your background. I'll start off with you. You first came to prominence and across my radar during the big convoy that happened here a couple of years ago. And one of the small things that I'm going to cling to on the coattails of the things that you've done is all of us are here as unwilling participants. None of us wanted to be thrust into this position of feeling like we have to defend our societies, our communities, our families, our countries, except for yourself, Tom, which to you, this has been your life. So give us, the folks that are new and tuning in from all over the world, a little bit of your insight and what gives you the expertise to be speaking to these discussions. And then we'll get into, because that kind of sets up the book and why Bryce and I both are fanboying over your book.
The convoy thing, just to be clear, like, is that the thing that is got me named on a $290 million lawsuit for honking horns that I don't even own a truck? Is that the thing you're talking about?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. But you know what?
The great threats to the society in Canada, honking horns.
Yes, the microaggressions and the phantom honking, right?
The
mischief, right? So that lawsuit, that's a real lawsuit. There's about 20 of us that are named on a $290 million class action lawsuit for honking horns and for diesel fumes. And it's important to note the vast majority of the people on that list that are being sued don't own trucks, never honked a horn, never put out any diesel fume. Anyway, at the end of the day, it was worth it, and I would do it again. So, I'll give you kind of the general briefing of me, because I was listening to the segment previous with Bryce, and there's two areas of my life that touches this whole sort of topic of CBDCs. The first one is, yes, I spent 25 years in the Canadian Army. I actually joined, I was a reservist at the age of 16, all through high school, college. When I graduated, I joined the regular force and became an officer. I was a combat engineer officer. And in my time as an officer, 2007, I did command and staff college in Kingston. And this is where you learn to become basically a war planner or a brigade. And, the intent after that is you go onto the brigade staff, in your trade, you're responsible. So as an engineer, so I was always looking at it strategically, tactically, operationally, really operationally, not so much strategic, but looking at putting a brigade against opposing forces. Now, this process that we learned was called the operational planning process. And what's important to note is on that course, I had people from Serbia, Lithuania, Latvia, Czech Republic, all the NATO countries. So this operational planning process we use is actually NATO-wide. The Americans use it, the Brits, the French, anybody who belongs to NATO. With that, in Canada, every province and territory in Canada has an emergency management office. And most of the leadership in these organizations are ex-military. And guess which process they use to plan for domestic emergencies? The operational planning process. Guess who else in our society uses that? Law enforcement use sort of an offshoot of that. And the reason that's done, it's done on purpose, because in a domestic emergency, there's going to be an integration between police and the military as well as the civilian government. So we have to understand how to all communicate and do very rapid planning together and understand how to properly employ resources.
You have to speak the same language.
You do. You have to speak the same language. Now, I want to kind of shift gears a little bit because it's important. Before the convoy, so I retired from the military in 2015. Immediately, I went back to school. I did another degree. I got a 4-year degree in software. And right away after that, I became a teacher. So I was teaching at a college in Barrie, Ontario at Georgian College. And in my second year of teaching there, I started actually teaching the AI program. They had a 1-year postgrad certificate teaching AI. I taught machine learning, and I also taught a course called Issues and Challenges with AI. And to me, because I was a college teacher, they just give you a carte blanche on what you want to teach on that. So for me, it was an AI ethics course. So that's what it was. So every week I took a segment of AI, and my goal was to teach my students. And some of my students had PhDs from their home countries and, master's degrees, very, very smart people. And I talked about the ethics of AI, and I was excited to teach that because, I want to give you an example of why you have to understand the ethics of AI. Facial recognition is a great example. It's very good if you want a door to unlock and your hands are full of bags or whatever. You just want to be recognized, be let into your house. That's great. But that same technology can be applied to a drone that could target you and actually do facial recognition and kill you in amongst a group of people.
And we have that technology now.
and we do have that technology, right? So what I was always trying to get my students to think about was, you have this wonderful AI technology. We're going to look at all the different uses across a 14-week semester, and we're going to look at how it could be used for very disturbing purposes. It was interesting because I had one of my students. She had just finished her PhD in I think it was Kazakhstan. And she said, never in my entire PhD or master's degree did we ever talk about how the technology I developed for my doctorate could be used for negative purposes or a threat to somebody or used for warfare or any of these other purposes. So this is really where I was trying to go. We have, the rifle. The rifle originally was meant for hunting. And what did we do? Instead of, using sticks, clubs, and rocks and pushing animals over a cliff, we can now shoot animals from a long distance. Okay. But then we turn that rifle into war. We adopted something that was meant to make our lives easier, but then we converted it into war. So what's interesting to talk about how it relates to AI and especially CBDCs, this is sold as, hey, this is a hunting rifle meant to make your life easier. But in reality, we know that this is something that's going to be turned to war. It's unfortunate, but in my view, we are going to be the victims of that war. We are going to be so easily controlled. And as somebody who did get their bank accounts frozen during the convoy, I've experienced what the test run is. There was no warrant for my arrest. I wasn't charged. I wasn't convicted of a crime. but the government went straight to freezing of all my financial assets, including some of my crypto that I had, a very small amount, with a broker, with Wealthsimple. And so, when you put all these things together, you put my sort of life experiences, my pessimistic views on many things, and in my, you don't have to be a genius. I'm not that smart of a guy, but you can see it's all telegraphed. You can see the things that are coming down the path. You just have to understand the language that they use. For anybody whoever took economics. Before taking economics, you listen to politicians. They say all these wonderful things. It sounds like they're talking about politics. You take an economics class, you realize, no. They were never talking politics. They were talking about money. So it's just understanding the language that they use. And so, just to kind of bring it back to the book, one of the things I did, and I hope that the audience is familiar with David Redman. David Redman was the former head of Emergency Management Alberta. During the early days of COVID, he started ringing the bell about, hey, why did all the provinces and territories bench their emergency management organizations that actually had a full staff, were funded, and contingency plans dedicated to pandemics specifically? Why did all those people get benched? And I knew this in Ontario because I used to sit beside the guy, the EMO representative for Ontario in Toronto, when I was posted to the Army headquarters in Toronto. In the morning briefs, I sat beside the guy. So I know these organizations exist and I know how they operate. And so the genesis of this book is kind of started at the beginning of COVID. I had taken a segment of this and did an online Zoom meeting with a bunch of people I was in a group with because they were getting concerned. I don't know what to do. I said, calm down. I'll give you sort of a rough outline on how you can figure out what to do for your family. And I gave a little snapshot. Anyway, over the years, I got information I had from my own resources. And I got a lot of content from David Redman. And I made the decision, I am going to civilianize this process. So the last thing I'm going to say, because I know this is a long-winded one. When we talked about for about 3 months before COVID started, there was a rehearsal, a war game. What is it called? You guys will have to help me out. There was they did a war game. Event 201. Yes, that's what it was. That process, I guarantee you, was a portion of the operational planning process. So the people that put the steps into place for Event 201 used the operational planning process. That's how they go about doing their planning. And so in my view, I said, you know what? If they're going to use the process, or they're going to have the process, but they're not going to use it for what it's intended. FEMA is a great example. What has FEMA done for anybody in the last couple of years?
Import people
in the United
US.
States. Right. And exactly, right. They haven't done what they're supposed to do. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take the process that the government is supposed to use and is not, and I'm going to civilianize it, and I'm going to put it into the hands of the people. So you can make your own emergency plans for your own customized situation for your family, and even a small group, or your community, or a block, within your residential area or your subdivision. So that is really what the goal of this is. And when I talked to David about this, he said, oh, thank you for doing this, because he's like, you have no idea the number of people that ask me to do a plan for them. And I don't have time to do a plan. So I said, I'm going to give them the plan. I'm going to give them the ability to make their own plan. So,
Tom, you brought up so many points there, and I got to try and struggle through because there's a lot that I wanted to touch on this, but I don't find you, and it's interesting because you mentioned that you have this pessimistic view. I don't think cynicism and pragmatism is pessimistic in light of the cyclical manner that technology has always been leveraged to weaponize first until there's parity, and then nobody wants to fight anymore, and then they wait for the next advancement in technology, and we repeat this cycle over and over again. But the preparedness training, that's what I want to touch on here next. So when you first sent me the copy of this book, I don't know if it was just intuition or not. And by the way, if you can ever put a good word in for me with Colonel Redmond, I would be honored beyond belief to have a discussion with him with our community. But I this is where I come to speaking the same language. I spent 15 years in emergency services. I worked with the military, the police, those kinds of things, and it was so important. We wouldn't have been able to deal with situations unless we could speak the same language. And it's not about the language of English or French. It's about the language of the operational preparedness for whatever situation or event that you're in. And so when I got your book, this one right here,
and oddly enough, I actually got it this week too. So this is a resounding
that one
endorsement.
right there.
If there's one book that you buy in the next month, make it this one.
I wasn't sure anyone would have it up, so I thought I'd bring mine too. That's great.
Oh no! This has become a mainstay in my discussion, because even and I'll add the link in the chats for folks that want to find this. And I am encouraging everybody, if you've got a group and you have to take a dime from everybody in your group, buy this book and have your community meetings centered around this book. Because I'll tell you what, my 15 years of emergency response work, the number one difference that I discovered between an event or a catastrophe, the difference was preparedness and planning. And I struggled with, trying to answer people's questions, and, knowing and seeing the CBDC stuff coming, this technocracy, the AI, which to be honest, scares the bejeepers out of me, because like you said, it has no ethics of its own. So just like the rifle, it's bound by the ethics of the people that wield these powers. And seeing that our society, our communities, my communities, were not prepared to deal with this or the consequences of it, that's something that they have no understanding of, could literally derail and cause a lot of reciprocal reverberating damage. It's not just one thing that it's gonna hurt. It creates a ripple effect of consequences that can be averted with simple preparedness and understanding and community. So that was why, to me, this book and my Colonel Redmond's work was so important to the situation where here we are at now. As to that clip, we are there now. As Bryce said, it's not fantasy anymore. And although we all work in different fields, I find it comforting and optimistic, not pessimistic, that we are actually here having these conversations. And it's not about pitching something; it's about preparing something, right? And everywhere I look right now, I'm seeing conversations about gold, precious metals, but it's all just a pitch. It's all just sales mechanisms, where what we're trying to do here, and this was the thing that I told Bryce before we even got involved over a year ago now, is this was not about making money. This was helping people find tools and assets that would help them survive what was coming. To me, the localism is the only safe and effective cure for globalism, meant that we were going to have to establish our own alternative supply and management system. So I drove across the country during the COVID, being a COVID criminal, not like the 17,000 Middle Easterns that got exonerated of all of their crimes so they could be Canadians. No, I wasn't that kind of criminal. I had the audacity and the nerve to drive around the country while foreboding to do such a thing, and try to encourage people to just simple things. Take a balance sheet of what your community has an abundance of, find out what you have a lack of, and find people to fill in the gaps, because to me in my vision, and we're almost there now. We're at that run out of runway, but at the time I was looking at what was coming down the pipe with AI, CBDCs, and realizing that when the system collapses, not if, but when the system collapses, that's their control point. That is the point where they seize control. They give us the UBI. We'll give you a central bank digital currency and a monthly allotment, and you can go to the stores that are pre-approved. And if you don't complain, we won't take it away from you. This is, I think, our opportunity, not just here in Canada, but around the world, to say, no, thanks, I'm good. We don't need your UBI. We don't need your CBDC. Our community is doing just fine. We're looking after each other. And every day that we can, not be forced to submit to their technology, they can't feed the beast long enough to outweigh us if we are properly prepared. And to me, that's the only way to beat the technocracy. So, sorry, another long-winded response, but you dropped a lot of nuggets in there, Tom, so I'm blaming that one on you. Bryce, I can see you chewing on your lips there a little bit. Your thoughts on some of all this?
Well, again, I talk about like generalities and the overarching, fundamentals and the methodologies that are required here. Like, we are now all on the same level, and the same level that we're all on is survival. Like, this is the battle for survival. This is a war for the future of humanity. And I say that as like, that is the actuality of what it is, because people have basically decided that we're going to control you and we're going to take everything that you own, right? And the thing that I like best about what we're talking about here with Tom is that this is a methodology to literally take that fight back to them, right? So what are the threats that I face? How am I going to deal with them? What do I have available in my community? How are we going to leverage them? If this happens, what are we going to do? This is the plan that needs to be made on an individual level. And when he talks about skills, one of these skills is implementing this skill. This is a skill of how to analyze, determine, make decisions, and then implement whatever that is, right? This is one of the most fundamental things of what civilization is, because you can't have random people doing random stuff. It's random, right? You have to be unified, organized, and mobilized, right? And so when I talk to people about, what do we do about this, right? It's these two things, which is organization and mobilization. This is the organization factor, because if you don't have the ability to know what you have, what you're going to do with it, well, what the hell are you going to do with it? You're just a leaf in the wind at that point, right? And I love that you have taken something that's militaristic in nature and given it to everybody, right? This is something that most people have no clue about, right? Because we've been so inoculated and inculcated and insulated from the harsh realities of civilization for all of human history in the West, because we've been so safe. Well, now that bubble has popped. We have a massive skyrocketing amount of crime. People are getting their doors kicked in now, and our government's basically, hey, leave the keys on the table for them so they don't like try to steal your life. Like, the unbelievable stupidity of these people to say something so abjectly evil it's beyond the pale. And what this should tell everybody, and regardless of where you are, is that there is nobody that is coming to save you, right? You have to rely on you, your family, and anybody that you can trust in your community, right? So getting together with like a community barbecue or a church historically, or something that is community in nature, so you can get a good sense of who's around you, right? And I say this on our podcast all the time, Wayne, and usually when I speak publicly, if you're not in a good position and you don't like the people that are around you, well, you better move, right? Because you're basically risking the safety of you and your family and your future on people that you can't know, that you can't trust. Like, our government has basically told us we're going to bring in millions of people to the tune of like one Edmonton per year, a full functioning, massive, like our 5th largest city in the country every single year. That is so insane, I can't even put into words in a nice way, right? So I'll just leave it at it. That is ridiculous and insane, okay? Now, if we're saying that this is a threat that we face, well, what is the plan that I need to take, and what things do I need to make sure that my community and my family is going to be safe? And what I'll kind of end on and then hand it back to you guys is, this is a workbook, and this is my focus now. After I got this book and I watched your interview with Canadian Prepper, I'm like, wow, this is the highest priority that I need to take on right now, because I am only like me, gold, silver, right? I'm only one aspect of those 5 things: skills, assets, resources, community, and protection. This is the most important, right? Because this is your protection. You only get to hold on to what you can protect. If somebody comes and kicks in your doors and takes everything that you've built up and you have all the gold in the world, well, that didn't help you very much, did it? Right? And so when I talk about those 5 things, one of the most important there is that protection. And this is the ability for you to add to your repertoire of skills a way that no matter what the situation is, no matter what the threat is, I take a deep breath and I say, what are we going to do about it? This is the methodology. I sit down with the people that I care about and say, this is all of the things. What do we got available? What are we going to do? Let's put a plan together and then let's do it, right? Because the biggest problem in the freedom community in general, writ large, is that we won't do anything. We don't organize, we don't mobilize, we don't do anything, right? And the time for talk is basically over. Like, we're talking, and I'm talking like this because we need, as a community, and the people that believe in these things that we're talking about on these discussions, we need action, because the people that we face are the most well-funded, well-informed, most powerful people in all of human history by orders of magnitude. They have all of the technology, the most ridiculous stuff you can imagine, they already have, and they're organizing and mobilizing in a way that is unheard of in all of human history. And so the only way that we have to be able to fight against that is to organize and mobilize with people that we know, like, and trust.
Just before I throw it back to you, Tom, here, you brought up something there, Bryce, that I really want to highlight here in Canada. And you alluded to it earlier, Tom, for civil, not even civil disobedience, but for civil expression. They seize your bank accounts and jeopardize your family and your guys' health. What people fail to understand, and that was the example to the world, that should have been the red flag to the world, that when the police no longer have a mandate to protect the civilian population, they only exist to be used against the civilian population. And they have the monopoly on violence. And I'm sure, Tom, this is something that keeps you awake at night, because it does me. The government spent a great deal of money teaching me how to shoot things from a very long ranges once upon a time too. And the last thing in the world I ever want to use is the skills that I learned in the military against my own civilian population. And we don't stand a chance. These people that think that, I'm going to take my hunting rifle and we'll go hide in the bush and we'll take out them drones. We'll keep them. That is the most insane thought process possible. So this is why, to me, it's 24 hours a day trying to encourage people to find alternative means, because if you leave it till there is nothing, no option or choice left but violence, we're going to lose 100% every single time. And that's why, like I said, this book is, you walk into your room, your club, your meeting, your group, you've got the skills right there that you need to survive the collapse that's coming, to have alternative choices, and to not be left with that final choice of violence. Am I batshit cray, Tom?
No, I totally agree. And there's 2 things I want to say. One is I want to reflect on something Bryce had said in the previous session with or segment with Jim, and that is skills. And money is something, any form of currency is something that really is just used to buy something. Hopefully it's, used to buy something that's useful to make your life a little bit easier. Okay. Like food, is a great example. I'm going to buy food so I don't have to go out and hunt for it. But skills, we as a society, never before in human history have we had it so good as human beings. And we have lost the ability to survive. And we've also lost the survival instinct. We have most people, I would say 95% of the population across Canada would have a hard time going out and hunting. And even if they did catch something, how would they properly preserve that meat? Right. So we have such a skill fade in the last, I would say 80 years, not even 80 years, maybe 50 years since post-World War II, where we don't even hunt anymore. And so when we talk about skills, like the things that I'm doing right now, a couple of years ago, I got qualified as an aquaponics system designer. Timber framing is a big thing that I'm into right now. I own a lumber mill, a Woodland Mills, and I have some land, and that land happens to have a lot of wood growing out of the ground, right? when there are sales at the hardware store, I see big sales on nails and screws and fasteners. I buy them. And these are about developing the skills, right? And that's a really important component to what is going to be needed in the future. I look right now at colleges and universities, and the future is not necessarily going to need a lot of liberal arts trades. You know what? They're not going to need, as far as I'm concerned, the software industry, the programming industry is really on the 10-yard line of its own extinction, because AI is already a better programmer than most of the programmers that I know. So that whole industry is about to be completely upset in the biggest paradigm shift since the invention of programming.
Guess learning to code wasn't such a good idea, hey?
It's not. No, I know. I did a 4-year degree in software, and I was teaching software, and I'm going to be replaced. That whole industry is about to be overtaken. And so, you know, this is the one thing I want to say about the book, okay? And this is probably the most important thing. This book is not about fear mongering. It has nothing to do with fear. It is 100% about confidence. It's about confidence. You know, if I was to walk let's say I was a professional fighter, okay, I would study my opponent. I would come up with a plan, a way to fight that it optimizes my success in optimizes their loss. I would study that opponent inside out. Before I walked into the ring, I would have a plan, and I would fight to that plan. I would go in with the maximum amount of confidence that I could have going into the ring with that person. Okay. This is what this is about. You make a plan that builds your confidence that no matter what happens, A, you've already considered it, and B, you've got a plan to address it. It might not be the 100% solution. And there's a saying in the military that the best laid plans never survive first contact with the enemy. True. But do you want to walk in with the 80% solution into the ring with Mike Tyson? Or do you want to walk in with no solution at all and just wing it and hope the guy doesn't knock your head off your shoulders?
Yeah, that's basically a hope and a prayer. That is the worst possible plan.
It is. And here's the other issue. One of the big things, so the very first chapter that I talk about in the book is fear and the physiological effect of fear on the human body. And that actually, all of that science comes from a book called On Combat from a retired American Lieutenant Colonel David Grossman. And this is something that all militaries across the world now train to, since, you know, he's done a lot of his research, him and Bruce Siddle and some other experts in that field. And when you're terrified, you don't make good decisions.
No.
Unless you're a race car driver, fighter pilot, airline pilot, tier 1 special operations guy who is always accustomed to being in a fear-induced heart rate, where their baseline and their heart rate comes down way low in comparison to the rest of society because they're accustomed to that level of fear. So the average person will struggle just to dial 911 in an emergency.
Yeah.
And so when you've got that and you can get over the initial shock and you've got time to breathe and bring your heart rate down and remember, oh my God, I already planned for this. I don't have to come up with a plan. I have to execute the plan that I already have. And I know that it's well thought out because I did it months ago. I basically sat there like an armchair quarterback and developed this great plan that is at least a bare minimum, the 80% solution.
Yep.
Because you're going to have to deal with variables. That last 20% is how this book is going to teach you to think in deductive reasoning. This is fact, consideration, deduction, plan, or task.
I make a comment, Tom, because I think this actually speaks to one of the ultimate things that people realize going through this process, and I did this just thinking about it, is that my level of what I think will happen is orders of magnitude worse than what I am actually planned for, what I actually have a plan for, right? So me thinking about this now, I have to sit down and say, if X happens, and I've talked about doing this with people in my community, because I'm like, if an EMP happens, if an earthquake happens, if the CBDC happens, if whatever happens, happens. Like a really good example for everybody, and especially in Canada, was when Rogers went down. The whole country was in chaos, and it was one company, one. And so if that happens on a larger scale, or the banking goes down or anything like that, and you make a good point in the interview that you did with CP, which was, what is the most relevant thing that's going to get you out of your house, and what is the most immediate threat, right? So that I think one of the immediate threats, if you want to think of it like that, is what's going to happen to my money. So that's why I speak from a financial point of view if CBDCs come out. So that planning would basically encompass, how do I get food? Who am I going to talk to? Where am I going to go? How, like, what connections do I need? What skills do I need? If this happens, what do I do about it, right? And I'll make one other point that you bring up both in that interview and in this book, is that you really have to decide what you're willing to do to protect yourself. Like I've asked thousands of people at this point, and I'll ask you guys now, and it's a one-word answer. What is the most important thing to you? One word.
Family.
Wayne?
Yeah, my people.
So about 90% plus people say family to some degree or another. So what that should tell everybody is that if you're coming up into a situation where somebody else has to defend their family and you have to defend yours, you're going to fight. And if they're willing to do violence to you more than you're willing to do violence to them, you're going to lose, right? And so you have to be very cognizant of, in a state of war where it is every person for whatever their side is and whatever that means, that they're going to literally kill anyone and everybody around them to survive, or take the resources necessary for their family to survive. You have to be prepared for that. And most people in the West don't think about this. People in Africa deal with this every single day because they live that world every single day. We don't. And people need to get this into their head, is that this type of thing is not only coming, it's here. They have told us in no uncertain terms, we're going to take your shit and kill you if you disagree with us, right? That is a declaration of war, more than I could ever think of any time in history, that they're going to say, I'm going to destroy you, your family, your society, your community, and everything else that you care about and love, because I say so, right? That is a declaration of war. And so I think it's really important for everybody to understand, through doing this process with your book, that you are looking into not only what I am prepared to do, but also what I am going to do and what I am willing to do to defend what is important to me. This is a very important process. Like I've been doing this personally for decades at this point, because I knew that this is eventually where this would lead. I don't have any kids for this exact reason, because I knew that this war was going to be coming at some point, and I didn't want kids to slow me down. And I'm also on the side of, we need to have more kids. Like, we need way more kids right now, because our civilization and society are collapsing because we don't have enough. But I'll make this final point, is that the level of violence that you are capable of, you don't actually know, because you're not desperate enough to feel it necessary. We live in a world that we have not found it necessary to defend with violence, or to enact violence to get what we want or need to defend our families and keep our families alive. But if something happens, and you make a good point about this, and I've heard this lots of other times as well, if you go 9 meals, basically 3 days without any food, you're into fight or flight mode, and that fight is coming real hard. If you're willing to, curl up and die and, give up, fine. But most people are not. They're going to be like, you got resources, I don't? Well, you better give me somewhere else, right? That's where most people are going to go. And we already know from even the small amounts of discord that we've already had, like, people are already crazy. And we live in the most powerful place on the planet, basically. So when things get really crazy, I mean, the stuff that's going to happen is going to be horrific. And you need to be prepared for that.
Couple of anecdotal points that Tom, you reminded me. I used to manage a couple of world champion fighters. Between the two of them, had 9 different world titles in kickboxing and Muay Thai. It's real bad boys, and we would never go into a fight without me watching every single second of tape of our opponent over and over and over and over and over again. And that mindset was I thought it would just kind of came natural to me, but it did not. It came from my 15 years as being a tier 1 specialist in one of the most hazardous industrial industries in the world. That I have to realize that not everybody is wired for all of these things. Not everybody is wired to be that tier 1 individual, that or that frontline guy. And this is where it comes back then to the preparedness of our community, understanding our strengths and weaknesses within our community, and preparing for that. And you know, I see some comments. People think that we're fear mongering, and preparation is never fear mongering, but it's also not a sunshine, lollipops, warm cup of cocoa, and a fuzzy blanket kind of conversation. And you know, we're past having those kinds of conversations at this point. And it's not for everybody, but for those that are paying attention. These are the kinds of conversations that make the difference between our community surviving and thriving, or literally being rounded up and herded into people coops because they are 100% dependent. They don't have the alternative to go and feed themselves or their community, and they will do unheard of things for a can of tuna if they've got a room full of kids that they need to feed. They may not let the kids see what you're going to do, but you're going to do things that you would never do in a civilized society. And those kinds of things break down incredibly quickly. Now, you know, today, you know, kind of the focus is you know, I think we've covered, you know, a lot of the hazards of the CBDCs and the overreach that's coming with this. But this kind of ties back to Bryce, what you do, and Tom, what you do with the preparedness exchange, business exchange, whether it's you know, supply bartering, or you know, in Bryce, we've talked about this ad nauseum, small denominations, currency exchange. This is how we maintain a civilized society. So how do you guys see the importance level of things like precious metals within our communities? And this is something I think most people look at from a very individualistic sense. I've got silver. How much silver do you have, for example? Whereas maybe we could be looking at back in the 40s in Westlock, they had their own backed currency where somebody within the community had money and established a local currency on you know, on novelty coins, whatever the case might be. So this is something that I think is important for communities to understand our strengths, our weaknesses, who has you know, capabilities that others do not, and maybe there's somebody in our community that could establish some sort of trade system with that. So your guys' thoughts on my thinking there, as far as for using things like precious metals as a new community stabilizer.
Tom?
Okay, so a couple of things in there. I do think that they're wholeheartedly, absolutely a place for metals in, let's say, a very devastating, prolonged event. Okay, a whole societal collapse, collapse of the economy, whatever.
I do Venezuela.
Basically, yes. I absolutely 100% believe a barter system. And I think metals will have a place in that, in many of the circumstances. But in my view, me personally, I'm just because of the circumstance. And the point I'm trying to make is that everybody's going to have a different circumstance. And to go back to the book, the reason I am giving you the process is because I can't plan. There's not a one size fits all for everybody. If you live on the 50th floor of a beehive and down by Lakeshore Road in Toronto, versus somebody who lives on 100 acres, you know, up to 400, your circumstances for the people that are going to be out in the rural areas, barter in some form of currency is going to be an important feature. If you're in the city, if you're stuck in the city, I absolutely see that the people that are in those circumstances are going to be thinking in terms of metals, like trading. I do think that's where the biggest amount of currency exchange is going to be, with metals, because I think the people that live out in the rural areas have a very different set of needs. They've already provided for their own security, in many cases, their own food, in many cases, and water, and self-protection, because they're used to living that way 365 and a quarter days of the year anyway. So bartering for them is going to be more valuable than doing I can't grow food if I'm in a beehive in Toronto, enough to feed me through the winter. I may not even be able to get water. I'm going to need some sort of a medium of exchange.
Yeah.
And so I think given the different locations where you are, metals become vital to your survival, where in other seeds may become the gold version in the rural areas. It's like, hey, I think I told Bryce about this. We spoke last year, and I remember being on I was just commenting on a YouTube channel, and they were talking about gold, and I said, hey, has anybody discussed seeds? And the comment back to me on that YouTube channel was, yeah, the gold is to buy seeds, dummy. And I said, listen, you could show up to my house with a donkey cart full of gold. You're not getting my seeds, because that's how I'm going to feed myself and my family. Right. So there's different situations where I think gold would be very, very valuable in the city. I think seeds, bullets, other things to survive in the rural areas. But I do think that gold will still, like metals, will still have a place in the rural areas. So I think from it's all going to be situational. And me personally, I hope people can tell I don't want to be anywhere near a city in a whole complete SHTF. I don't want to be anywhere near that.
No, because a lot of people are going to die because of it, because most people are not prepared. The vast majority of people have no idea what's coming, are not going to know what to do, and are going to be just wiped out across the board, because it'll just be pandemonium and chaos, right? So
yes,
this is, especially in the beehive, as you call it, which is a great way to say that. I'm stealing that. Thank you very much. That is effectively what those people are, is you're locked into the system. And I make this point all the time, is that if you live in a city, you are net negative with food, right? Because if trucks stop flowing, if fuel stops flowing, food stops flowing, and you start dying, right? So you have to have X amount, and I have like a good 1,000 kilograms of food stored up, because I live in Vancouver. Now I live kind of in the rural area, in the valley a little bit, but even still, like, it's not that far from a couple million people. There is not enough food in this area to keep everybody alive. We spend billions of dollars importing food from all over the planet to keep us alive. And this is why I tell people, and I somewhat agree with you, is that the most important priority is what you need to survive. And like, I have a good, like, I think 80,000 seeds, 100,000 seeds, because I recognize that too. I want to have all these bases covered. I want to have as many tools and options as possible, so whatever the situation is, that I can make the correct determination of what's the best course of action for what the challenge is at hand. And this is why I love what your methodology is, because it doesn't matter what the problem is. And this is why I tell people of that hand of change, because it makes it simple to understand that you want to look at what the result that you have, that you want but don't have, or the result that you have but don't want, right? So in either of those cases, you're trying to mitigate or build a process to get to somewhere where you are not now. And gold and silver is one of those tools. And I'll make this final point too, is that the one of the reasons for gold and silver, right, is at some point, like, and I said this in the last segment, I don't know, it bears repeating because it's relevant, is that we have to rebuild at some point. If this whole system is going to crash at some point, well, we have to build something else. And it has to be based on something that is real and valuable. And what historically has happened, and the U.S. is the best example of this. Shout out to Independence Day. They basically said, "Screw you guys. We'll build something new ourselves." And they basically built that new currency that they used on industrial assets. Now that's not an effective way of backing up a currency, and so it hyperinflated, and they had to eventually land on silver and gold. And so the reason that I say it in this way is that let's go best case scenario and say that we get past the part of survival. Well, we still have to thrive and build afterwards, and that will require some sort of asset to back another currency, whatever we intend to do. And that is when gold and silver will be absolutely imperative. And so I want everybody to understand that you should focus on the survival now, because that's not guaranteed. And the stuff that's coming, and the technology that they have available, it's not guaranteed. So it's much more important to focus on what's happening now and get the resources and skills. And like, I'm only the asset portion of this. The protection portion is far more important. It doesn't matter how much gold you have. That's not going to stop somebody from holding up a gun to your face and saying, "Give me everything you got." So you have to have a plan and the ability to defend yourself. But that's far more important than just holding on to assets, right? And so for the people that are investors, right, this is more important, because you have larger amounts of wealth that you need to protect. Yeah, don't have it in the stock market. This is one of the better options. But still, you still have to have a place to go to, somewhere that's going to be safe, and somewhere where your family is going to survive. And so there's a place for all of this, but you have to prioritize based on what you think the most immediate threat is. and go buy his book to figure out exactly how to do that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be plugging your book a lot, bro.
Thanks.
Mr.
Yeah.
Fuller said it best. You can't beat
Yeah.
an existing system from fighting within it. You have to build a
Exactly.
new one to make the old
Mhm.
one irrelevant and obsolete.
Exactly.
And and this is where Tom, your book, and Bryce, what you do are the foundational pillars of building something new that isn't dependent on a system that seeks to entrap us under their CBDC grid. And if you can't see the potential harms of the weaponization of this technology, then you're putting yourself and your family and those people that you care about in a predicament that they probably is unfair to them. So we're winding down here. We're down to the last 4 minutes, and guys, this has gone by like super quick. But Bryce, I'm going to take a cheater on here, and ordinarily I would tell you to tell people where to find you, but I'm scrolling that across the bottom of the screen for pretty much the whole show here as people where can find you, get plugged in. You can also find Bryce on X, so make sure you get plugged in to Bryce. Tom, I want to give you an extra minute or two to talk about your book, and I'm going to bring that up again here because like Bryce, to me this is one of the most important books people could get their hands on at this place in time. Question in the chat: is it available at Indigo, Chapters, any of the other kinds of bookstores, or is it only available on Amazon?
It's only available on Amazon, and I know some people don't like shopping on Amazon, but if there was a better, cheaper way to get it to you, that's the route I would have gone. And I never had any success with the other book outlets from my first book, so I thought I'm not giving them a try on my second, and it's a very difficult process with like Indigo, Chapters. So unfortunately, it's only available there. So the one thing I want to say, about the book is that this is a workbook. Okay, it's not a book that you get and you read it once and you're good to go. It's work. Okay, it is a workbook. It is going to help you. You could read through it once, digest it, and then go through and start working on your plans. You should, in my view, if you were to go through honestly and do the process, do your threat matrix. It's in the book. Do your IPE, that's intelligence preparation of the environment. And that is common for everything else. The threat matrix will identify at least the top 5 things that you should really focus your planning on, and then make 5 of those plans. So you've got to do an honest assessment of the IPE, and you only have to do IPE once. But for everything else, you're going to base every other plan off of the knowledge, the ground truth of what you identified in your IPE. Okay. You got to focus on things that are, how likely is this going to happen, and how dangerous to me if it does. And if it's highly likely and highly dangerous, will it force me out of my home? And if all of those 3 things are true, that's the plan you should be focusing on right now. Wayne, you and I are in Ontario. Bryce, you're in BC. We have different concerns. But for a fact, Wayne and I don't have to worry about volcanoes. And I don't think you do either, Bryce. But Bryce, you may have seismic activity that
I have to worry about communism over here.
Well, hey, listen. Well, I live in Brampton, so I got other things to worry about.
Yeah.
One, getting run over by a 55-foot tall Hanuman statue around the corner from my house. But the reality is that you've got to put the time into this. You got to do the work. And as you're doing this more and more, you'll get the idea. It'll become more clear. And it develops in you a way of thinking to solve problems. Everything, when you break it down to the lowest common denominator, all a plan is a set of predetermined tasks that you have to perform. How do I chew through all the noise and all the fat and just get down to the bare facts, considerations, deductions, create a list of tasks? Bang, that's my plan. Okay, and then the last thing is, when you get to the phase in the book where you're wargaming, be brutal. Be brutal. You do wargaming, and as an example, Wayne, if you were trying to create your plan, I would be Mr. Devil's Advocate.
Yep.
You would say to me, in the first phase here, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to say, well, if you do that to screw up your plan, this is what I'm going to do to you to make sure you can't do that. You get the last turn and you say, okay, if that's what you're going to do to me, here's how I answer that problem. Bang. You move on to the next problem. You must war game. You must.
I really hate to cut you off there, but we are out of time here. But it's like you said in the first time, every plan is great until you get to the first contact. Do you have a plan B, C, D, or E? Nobody does. Everybody, most people have got a plan A, but they don't have the contingencies. And
most people don't.
The more often you game it, the simpler it becomes. The less your heart rate goes up. It doesn't become stressful, and your community will be so much stronger. Even if the horrible things don't happen, your community will thrive through the preparedness of that book. Gentlemen,
Thank you.
Stealing from the next segment here a minute, and I'm going to have to let us go. It's been an honor and a privilege.
Honor and a privilege. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
You're going to be back for the next segment, Bryce. Tom, thank you so much. We're gonna have to talk more. An hour just isn't enough. So, thank you guys so much for all that you do, and keep doing you. And ladies and gentlemen, tune in next for Liz Gunn, Victoria Rixon, and Dr. Paul. And I think Andrew Bridget might be joining them. So bear with us just a minute, and we'll be right back.
Behind me, a bank that's actually in operation. This is quite rare to see these days as banks keep constantly closing down. Cash is king, cash is freedom. We need to reject mass surveillance, mass authoritarianism. Agenda 2030, the Great Reset, is what is planned for our country. The removal of cash, tracking everything we do, digital IDs. You can see here the brick card is being introduced. I will not have a brick card. I hope you will never have a brick card. I never want to have a digital ID where I'm forced to be tracked and surveilled constantly by a government I don't trust and who systematically hates the British public. There is still time, there is still hope, but only if the people come together in unity and reject this massive need to surveil and control the British public.
Well, welcome to this third hour of our special in Victoria. Our friend Montgomery Toms there from the UK has been arrested while I was sleeping overnight simply for pushing back against the gay pride, just questioning it, which is what he stands up as a just 20-year-old. A future leader of the UK, I believe, and he's been arrested for doing that, for questioning it, hasn't he, Victoria?
Yes, it's absolutely shocking, but you can almost see the scripture to plan out with any of these people, the whistleblower. I'm one of them. You almost tick the box to say, oh, I've been arrested now. It just seems to be the done thing.
It's a mark of honor. If everybody could go on X on Montgomery Toms and support Monty, that would be wonderful. But meantime, let's welcome in our new guest, Dr. Paul Oosterhuis. We're hoping Andrew Bridgen can be here. And Bryce, your first 2 hours have been nothing short of riveting. I have been listening to every word. There was something at the beginning that I just want to follow up. And then I'm going to ask you, Vic, to give a little précis because you've been studying the common law system of fiat currency, of paper money. But before we do all of that, Dr. Paul, tell me why I asked you here. Tell me what your passion for silver and gold is, how long you've been following it.
Well, I've been following it, I guess, since childhood, but I became an investor in 2013 when I set up my self-managed super fund. and I pulled it out of the fiat system because I was sure that they were coming to take it.
All right, you were.
And so in 2013, I did that, and it's been a great investment. Even just thinking in terms of investment, it's compounded at 12-13% per annum for the last 12 years. But you know, this is the freedom train, and I'm passionate about freedom. You know, what I think of it as freedom investing, and if anything has become apparent in the last 5 years, it's our freedom is under attack, and they leverage this economic slavery against us to compel compliance, and so it fits hand in glove with what I've always been focused on, not just investing, but freedom. And how do we get through what is coming? They've telegraphed very clearly the central bank digital currencies and the control grid that they want to lock us into. And I say, tell them to go take a jump. The solution is much closer at hand. The more we debank, the more we take our money out of their system and put it in our system, which is anonymous, which is real value. Which the other thing is, I see people suffering. You know, their wages are not keeping up with the rate at which they're devaluing the currency. We can't save for the future in this system. We can't be anonymous in this system. We can't exchange real value. And, you know, little bits of metal have been around for millennia. This is a maple leaf, which is appropriate. See, we've got brass. And that's real money, you know, and so I'm passionate about that. But of course, I started with COVID. I became understood as a pushing back against the tyranny, and this is an important element now. You know, get armed, and I don't talk about weapons. I talk about bits of metal.
Gold and silver. It's wonderful to have you here. You can hear, Bryce, that he's a man who thinks exactly along your lines. And Dr. Paul is an anaesthetist who suffered under the pandemic, but he has been speaking out bravely for 5 years across Australia. So it's nice for you two to meet. He, like you, knows a lot about gold and silver. Before we go to you, Vic, there was something, Bryce, in the first hour with Jim that it was such a rich conversation. You didn't get to finish a list. And the list was this. You said, Jim, here are the reasons to get into silver. And you only got as far as the first one, protect your resources. And I thought this was fascinating. You were talking about Wall Street. At this point, I need to say to everybody who's watching, we are not in this show giving any financial advice. We put it on you. It's incumbent on you to seek your own financial advice. We're simply discussing what we are observing out here in society. So, Bryce, what are, in your view, the 3 reasons to get into gold and silver to kick this hour off?
Oh, right. So the first one is about the ability to transact outside the system, right? That's the biggest and obvious, right? You're holding something that's physical that is not under anybody else's control. Like gold and silver, one of the only investments that you can make because it's effectively money where there's no third-party risk. You're holding on to a physical asset. It's basically a commodity. And I didn't get to the other part of what a commodity is and the value of it in manufacturing and all that. But that's one of the main reasons, right? So there is a physical ability to transact with somebody else. That's number one. Number 2 is you're backing up a portion of your wealth with something physical. All other types of investments, like I just said, have some sort of risk associated with them, right? If you had invested in gold in 2001, you'd be up like 500% or whatever the number is now because it was so cheap at that time, and it's gone up about 9% average per year just by sitting there because the value of our dollar is being devalued over time because of inflation, right? And at some point we're going to risk devaluation into, and that's a whole other conversation, but it's equally as bad if not worse. And then the third reason is that you've got a tool that is for the purpose of of making money in times of chaos, right? Because there's been certain times throughout history that like, war is happening, crazy things are happening, and this is an opportunity to generate wealth, right? There isn't a lot of times throughout history that this happens, but it's always in times of chaos when it does. And right now, we're at kind of the onset of one of those times. So 1971 to 1980 was the first really major one because they disconnected the value of the price of precious metals from the US dollar. They disconnected the dollar from the price of precious metals. So it rose, I think, like 2,000% or something. It went from like $42 to $800, whatever that number is, whatever that ratio. I can't remember the exact number. It doesn't matter, but it was significant. There was another one that happened in 2001 to 2011, and now we're in one that basically started what we think in like 2019, where it bottomed out at about 1850, and now it's sitting at basically 3,400. And so over that time, over the last 5 years, it's gone up about 100%. More or less, give or take a little bit, right? Just under 100%, I guess. And we think that it's going to go up significantly higher for two reasons. One, because the demand is increasing, the supply is going down, and this is the important part, is that they're eventually going to reprice the price of gold. This is what happened in the past. After the crash, the depression in 1929, they repriced it from $24 to $34, and then they repriced it again to $42 in the 1970s, and it still sits on the U.S. balance sheet in the Treasury at like $44 or $42.50 or whatever the number is, and it's actually worth far more than that. And so when the BIS and the central banks actually reprice it, or China reprices it because they're going to try and back their currency with gold because they've been buying up gold and silver, everything that they can get their hands on across the planet for the last couple of years, for the last bunch of years, this is something that is coming, and the true value of these prices of these metals in dollars is significantly higher than what it is now because of all the suppression and because of all the demand. So that's kind of that.
I found that fascinating, the suppression of the true value of gold and silver, especially. Bryce,
silver.
Especially silver. Bryce, just give us an idea about the contrast of the West and East. The Western nations, I think, are about 1% of us are truly invested in the proper, physical commodity of gold and silver. But what's it like in, say, China, or what are the numbers in India as far as you can gauge?
Yeah, so I mentioned this previously, and it bears repeating again, and thank you for asking, that because these ancient civilizations have had to deal with this government or that government collapsing, or one empire or emperor or some goofball did something silly and collapsed the currency at the time.
Or communism. They've had to deal with communism and the greed of communism.
Times. Yeah, absolutely. And a seizure of assets, right? You always wanted something outside of what they told you that that you were supposed to use, just like they're doing to us now. And gold and silver was a piece of that. And so the Indians, it's a big part of their culture is gold. They love it with jewelry. They use it. They have a huge amount of silver, like 20% of people in the Indian culture. And it's probably actually more than that, but because almost everybody has some sort of jewelry. But like for investment purposes, like a huge degree of people have some form of precious metals in their portfolio to the tune of like 20%. In China, it's a little bit lower, but still like 10%. And I follow China very closely because they're a harbinger of what's coming, because the communism and insanity and tyranny and all the digital nonsense that they're pushing, like they're testing it in China first because they already have total control of the Chinese population and they're effectively already slaves anyway. And so what's happening there is that there was a huge push for people because the vast majority of Chinese wealth was held in real estate. Well, if you didn't know, real estate is absolutely cratering right now. There's places in China that you can literally just take over the place and nobody wants it because A, there's not enough people. They're in a birth crisis, and two, they're so overvalued. They're literally worth pennies on the dollar for what they're actually being sold for and what people have bought them for. So people are losing huge amounts of wealth in China because of this. And one of the safe havens that people always go to is gold and silver. And so there's been because China is China, huge amounts of scams in the gold industry about buying and holding gold and all sorts of nonsense that is happening over there. So we're lucky a little bit in the West that we're a little bit more regulated from that respect in our industry. So the gold bullion is basically a stamp of approval that it's guaranteed to be what we say it is, and you physically get it. We're audited. We're all this kind of stuff. But to your point there of the amount of people that hold it, that basically gives them the ability to transact outside of the digital currency. And the Chinese are trying to push Chinese into doing this. And if you and I talked about this with Jim as well, you have money in the bank. If you can't access it, what is the point of having it, right? And gold and silver gives you the ability to say, screw you, I don't need you. I've got the ability to transact outside of that.
So many issues to get into, but let's begin with a bit of history. Victoria, in the first hour, Bryce was saying that the purpose of currency is for you to be able to access resources, just what he said. So tell us your take on the history of fiat currency, Vic, because you've really researched this.
Yeah, so I was in the NHS, Dr. Paul, I was a midwife. So I understand the COVID waking you up and the systems, the tyranny, all of it. So coming out of that, I started understanding about my rights with paying things like bills when I didn't have any income and my circumstances had changed. So I've done a lot of work in the last year, 18 months, reading about the Bill of Rights, the Great Fire of London, why everything started, what happened to all the documents, the indoctrination through the generations. And it sparked my curiosity about the contracting with corporations. That's where my interest really started to lie and land. I'm thinking, well, you can't rebut old law and it's never been removed, but people assume it doesn't exist because it's old. Well, it does exist, and it is well embedded in your genetic and your ancestral makeup. So for me, understanding that the digital system makes sense in my brain, that if I don't have any food to feed my family, what am I left with? Bartering my skills. But as a midwife, I can barter those skills. And Bryce, we talked about this on Wednesday, and I really went away and I started making a list of all my skills. Mm-hmm. What are they? Because if I don't have gold or silver and I don't have access to this metal, and I haven't planned, how am I going to survive? But if we think about in 1931, at the end of the Great Golden Standard, that obviously there was a severe financial crash where everybody down-tooled and said, we are done, we're not being treated like this. Those skills were eradicated through the years, and then we increased them again, and now we're getting to a stage where there's not as many skills within people, so they've got nothing to barter with. Correct. So for me, understanding and piecing this all together, it's come at a point where I was supposed to be on the journey to learn all of this to get me to a place to understand what is coming next, which I know, as Bryce, you've talked about, it's not going to be very pleasant. So it's about recognizing, with the skills that we've got, what are they worth in that metal if you don't have the metal?
And briefly, Vic, what were you referring to with the Great Fire? And just very briefly, let people know how far back this goes.
Yeah, 1666, the Great Fire of London, where they burn. Oh, did you hear that strange noise in the background there? They burn all the documents of history that we would eradicate. So in 1882, the promissory notes came in. And if people understand British history and the promissory notes and why money is I promise to pay the bearer of, that the money is not yours. You are a slave in a financial system. And because they have sold you down the river so much, we've now got to a point there is no money because they have enslaved us. I think it's £5 trillion every 5 minutes or something that debt is increasing in the world. So if you think about that and think about where we have got to from that and why everything's rocking, and every institution across the United Kingdom is struggling, policing, NHS, everything is breaking, teaching, education, because they've sold us so far and they cannot take it any further, which is why we've got to this point. And it's so important to be prepared.
Brilliant, Vic. And Bryce, just further on that, in that first hour you were talking, you made a statement that will pull everybody up short. When you have your money in a bank, it is no longer your money. Explain that more. And then, Paul, I'd like your feedback on this.
Yeah, so you got to understand where banking came from, right, and how it works. And if anybody wants to get into the technicalities of what this is, George Gammon, so George Gammon has a YouTube channel, obviously on YouTube, who explains this very, very well. But the genesis of banking was really how to manage gold, right, because that was what the standard was. It was gold, right? So you put your gold at the bank, and then effectively what happens is banks would have a ledger, and they would say, I owe you this, you owe me that. Well, we just trade hands and we make sure everything lines up, right? That was kind of the purpose of banking, to make the transactions between people easier. And you didn't have to cart your gold around to be like, here's a wagon of gold or whatever for whatever you were trying to do, right? So in a logistical sense, banks are very valuable and important for a proper functioning society. The problem is that they've been corrupted, right? And so the way that banks worked is that they held on to the value and then they managed it for you so that you didn't have to physically do it yourself. That's where that came from. And I'm not against that idea. I'm against the corruption and the incompetence of these institutions that are basically destroying society at this point, because the financialization of the economy and where this money now sits, because, like Vic just said, we're talking about trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of debt. Well, who the hell do we owe this debt to? Where did it go? And why am I on the hook for it if I didn't take out the loan? It is the most ridiculous nonsense in history. Like, oh, hey, because the thing that really makes this next level is that if I take out a loan, I get the benefit of that money because I'm investing that money. If somebody takes money out in your name and they use it for something that it doesn't benefit us, not only do I get screwed on the initial amount, but I'm on the hook for the loan, and my country and me effectively has to pay for the interest. And this is what's ultimately killing our economies, is because this is a drag on the actual physical economy itself of us being able to do transactions. Like in Canada, we're taxed at something like 55 or like 60%, and the government is so unbelievably incompetent. They're like, you know what? We need more of your money because we can't do enough with the money that we already take. It's crazy to think that we've come to this point. And even back to Vic's point about the history, and I'll end on this: slaves only got taxed 20% in ancient Egypt, and we're getting taxed at nearly triple that. Oh man, it infuriates me to no end. So I'll hand it over to Paul.
Just bringing up a little bit of history just to rattle you, But I think it's really important that we understand that people are being shown your food's being taxed, your wages are being taxed,
Everything.
your electricity's you're being taxed on everything, and no one's asking these questions. They're just indoctrinated in their system, and then they're going around every day suppressed and not picking up on any of this because they're so exhausted. So it's stories like this. We've got to get it out there. Absolutely.
So traumatized and exhausted. And then somebody like your Starmer in the UK says, oh, we haven't got any money for the people, but we'll give a whole lot away to Zelensky. I mean, people are exhausted. We are all exhausted, Paul, aren't we? We've all been traumatized in the last 5 years, but we have to keep standing up. Your reaction to this, Paul?
I think I can tie what Victoria said and Bryce said a little bit together. The big fire was a destruction of records. What we've got isn't a money system. It's a debt and credit system. Yep. The money that comes into existence over 90%, 97% when banks make loans. So everything's a IOU, and governments are not particularly good with their IOUs. They have a history of borrowing and never paying it back. And when they finally can't pay it back, they default, they inflate, or they go to war, or sometimes all three. So the system we have, and what gets me is we talk about $1 trillion. Like when I was a kid, $1 million was a big number. $1 million would buy you 1 ton of gold, 1 ton. $1 million now buys 6 kilos. So it's gone from 1,000 to 6 kilos Australian dollars. It just met the 10 kilo mark in the US, and we're just a little bit ahead of it. So what we've got is a whole financial system which is based around promises, and these promises are not able to be repaid, not in the public sphere, not in the private sphere. And I had a dentist who's retired now. He used to always say, just floss the teeth you want to keep, And I thought that, and my view about gold and silver is just keep the proportion of the wealth you want to keep in gold and silver, because basically everything else is going to go bye-bye. It'll happen probably on a weekend. You'll find that your accounts have gone away. If they don't do it, and this is the way that they will bring in the desperation needed to bring in the central bank digital currency. And I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but David Rogers Webb wrote a book called The Great Taking. Yeah. And Chris Martenson, my mate there at Peak Prosperity, who I blame for getting me in part into gold and silver, has gone through it in great detail. All the mechanisms are there to steal everything that you have, which you consider your wealth, which you consider your retirement, which you consider your resources. in these fantasy digits that they can conjure out of thin air by making obligations, that is in real danger of going away. So that's my thought. You know, it's a record, it's a credit system. Keep some of your wealth outside of that debt-based system.
So, Bryce, Bryce, to you.
I just want to make a quick thing, because I think this saying that's very older than all of us put together really encapsulates everything that Dr. Paul just said, which is gold is the currency of kings, silver is the currency of artisans, and debt is the currency of slaves. And we're in a society that's based on debt for that reason.
I hadn't heard that. I loved your early saying, defend your wealth, defend yourself against the insanity of the world. So defending your wealth is what we are talking about here. But for those who say, Bryce, well, it's okay, I've got really good shares and actually they're returning quite well at the moment. What's your reply to that? I'm going to leave it. They'll be safe. The government take care of that. This is all hype. This is all exaggeration. Your reply to that?
How high do you think this is going to go? How high is the top? And where is the top? And what brought us to the top? Like, the amount of exuberance that is happening right now is almost as bad as 1929, right? So if you invested at the top of the market in 1929, it took you 30 years almost to get back to that level. I think it was 20 years to get back to that level. And you're not going to have 20 years after this crash, because this crash is going to be one of the final ones. They have told us that what's coming next is a new system. Everybody's talking about this, that's in high finance, right? You're not going to get another opportunity. So if you've made good gains, well, how long are you going to stay in at risk, right? We're not talking about making gains. We're talking about protecting what you gained, right? Mm-hmm. If you're invested in the stock market and that is your retirement plan, that is not a plan. That's a hope and a prayer, and that's not a good plan, right? And so even if you're the type of person that 100% believes in the system, right? Wouldn't you still want some sort of wealth protection and wealth insurance against what you do have and what you can control, right? So you don't have to put all of it in precious metals, right? I'm not saying that you do, but 10 to 20%, that sounds pretty reasonable, especially with everything that is happening right now. War, and this is the big thing that I think most people that are normies, quote unquote, don't understand, is that we've lived our entire lives, everybody that's alive right now has lived in a time of peace in the West. We haven't gone to war in our lifetime. It hasn't happened. Other people have gone to war. The U.S. has gone to war, but that's on the other side of the planet in a place that we don't care about and don't notice, right? But now this war is coming to us. This war isn't going to be fought on the other side of the planet. It's going to be fought in our streets. It's going to be fought in your home. It's fought behind your eyes, and it's fought against every single person on the planet, because at the end of the day, the technology that they have to use against us is AI. It's pervasive. It's everywhere. Your phone literally listens to everything that we say, right? They know what we're talking about right now. We're on the internet. They know what's happening, right? And at some point, they're going to turn that technology against us. And when they push that button, it's on, right? And so you want to have as many resources that you possibly can in your control to leverage and use against whatever challenge that you and your family face. And the only way that you can do that is by maximizing the amount of control over what you have.
But the problem we have here as well is facial recognition is a new modern thing for younger generations that are coming up using iPhones. They see that as, oh, this is cool. Whereas a lot of the older ones, like myself or anyone older, wouldn't even do facial recognition. So it's actually, they're playing on the vulnerability of the young that don't understand the severity of where they're going to be locked in. So it's about educating your children. Based on your facial recognition seems to let you into your phone or all of these things. So they're playing on the vulnerable to enable those to say, you're just really behind and you're archaic and we're modern. And that is my huge concern, that my children even say that to me at times. And I'm like, whoa, buddy, we need to sit down. So it's very, very difficult as a parent to navigate your children through the system when the iPhones and smartphones have taken over their lives, in school, in homework, in everything. I mean, they can't even do marking on paper anymore. It's all on this computer. So this is embedded deeply within our own children. And that is the worry about how you get them out of that, because they're going to play on that through the vulnerable.
Go camping. Take your family, take the phones, go into the wilderness, set up a tent, and just have a time together, right? Like I'm from the generation, I was the last generation that we played outside as kids in the community, in the neighborhood. It doesn't happen anymore, right? And you have to have some sort of this idea of community. We've become very individualistic, but very disconnected. Like, we've got more technology than ever before to connect with everybody else, and we're the most loneliest, disconnected, unhappy people in all of human history. And that's because we've been disconnected from, you know, what really makes us happy, which is we're a social creature, right? We have to be in communities because that's what families are, right? This is what makes us happy. Like, I love other people. I love being, like, I'm a social person just in general. I love talking to other people. Some people don't, that's fine. But at a certain level, you're still connected to the people around you in your physical community. And if that starts with, hey, you and me and the kids, we're just going, you know, out for a weekend or something just to experience nature and stuff, you know, that is something that you can have control over. And say, you know, if some kid tells me this, and to your point, if they, hey, this is never going to do this, but just ask them, give them an example. Like, do you have a cat? This is a really good example. Do you have a cat? No. Talk about a cat. Oh, I think that we should just talk about a cat. And eventually on your phone, you'll start seeing ads for cats. You don't have a freaking cat. How would they possibly know to send you ads about a cat unless they were listening to what you're saying? And then the second question there is, this is just to sell us ads. Well, what if they want to do something more nefarious than that?
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have the ability to do that if they wanted to? And you guys are in the UK. This is far more dangerous for you because the authoritarian censorship laws are much worse for you.
Oh,
so
they just launched the NHS app. Everything is just incredibly controlling. They do different things. I've noticed they sprinkle different controls on different countries, and then they'll just fuse it all together.
Yeah, exactly. And so you ask them the question, if this was taken in a more nefarious way and they could just decide, hey, you said something that we don't like and arrest your ass, why would you want this as something that they would have the control over you with? Because the ultimate thing that we're talking about here is your ability and agency to make decisions. Like, all of the people shouting, my body, my choice, but you don't have control over your own body and whether or not you get arrested for words that you say and things that you think. Like, what a ridiculous statement and an indefensible position.
Paul, we might go to you here briefly. What's happening in Australia under your dreadful American e-safety commissioner who is censoring a country where people used to say, and I'm sorry to use the vernacular, used to be in Australia a saying, which was sort of firm but friendly, bugger off, mate, if somebody tried to control someone else. And now you are being silenced and the humour is being sucked out of Australia and the rebellion too. It really worries me. Paul, briefly, what's going on there?
Yeah, well, you know, I podcast for the last couple of years with a Cafe Lockdown. And
our lovely friend Michael Gray Griffith, and
he sent a request, and sure enough, we're being censored by E-Karen. I think I'm going to call it E-Skank, but she's E-Karen. You know, she's well, you can see I'm not going to do well under this new system. And then tonight, last night, one of our main banks, the National Australia Bank, has changed its terms of service, where they're saying they can now conduct an investigation into their customers, and if they don't like what they're saying, they can debank them or freeze their accounts. So now our banks are launching investigations into whether or not you can. So your money is definitely not what you call money. So your credit units, your fantasy credit units, are not worth anything under the system, you know. So it is very concerning that freedom of speech and that our financial autonomy is under attack. And there needs to be more pushback against. E-Karen needs to be gone. You know, this
absolutely.
Is not,
she's not even Australian. It's extraordinary. She's an American in Australia, silencing Australians. I mean,
we should deport her.
What was that? Deport her. Remigration, it's called. Bryce,
to be on a boat to the UK.
Yeah, there are too many other boats coming in there. Actually, what we were talking about earlier, if our young people are arrogant and fail to learn from history, there's a wonderful saying, if you don't learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. So I want to get back to that. Bryce, people who are still being complacent about, well, my shares are doing really well, why would I pull out now? Just look at history, 1929, the great crash. Look at 1987. I was a young lawyer then, Bryce. I was new to it, and all my lawyer friends were investing in these absolutely flibbity-gibbet companies, but they were making massive returns, potentially. My father said to me, beware that those companies have no solid foundation. Sure enough, the 1987 crash came. The companies disappeared. The money we'd put in disappeared. It was such a lesson. And I'm very wary now of any company that I invest in. You need to find ethical corporates, and that is few and far between. Yeah. So just in terms of people being complacent about these high returns, think of JFK's father, who was having his boots cleaned by a boot boy in 1929 early on, and the boot boy said to him, Mr. Kennedy, I've just bought a whole lot of shares. And Kennedy went that day and sold all his shares. He knew when the wider population is into this, that it's an inflationary bubble, and that sure enough it will crash, which it did.
And right now, just to put a cherry on that point, right now is the highest level of retail investors in the stock market since the 2001 dot-com bomb. So that alone should tell you what is happening now. And I'll add one more piece to that, is that the people that are closest to this information and the institutional money, like smart money, quote unquote, they are selling. You are their exit capital right now, right? They are pulling out. Like Warren, this alone should tell everybody what the situation is. Warren Buffett is sitting in $350 billion in cash because he sold all of his shares in Apple and most of his situations, most of the investments that he made. He's sitting in cash. If the most prolific investor in all of human history is sitting in massive cash, what does that tell you? That alone should tell you what is coming.
That's extraordinary.
They give you the signs. They tell you, and
they tell you. They have told us.
Into that, absolutely.
Yes. When this crash happens, the only thing that I can equate to what I think will happen is the fall of Rome. And I don't think it's going to happen right away because the U.S. still needs to wage a war, and they still have to kick over a couple countries. So I don't think it's going to happen right away, but it is coming, and it is guaranteed at this point. And the final point that I'll make on this is you have to understand the mathematics of this, right? So all of the money that is in existence was basically created out of debt. What that means is that there is money owed, there's interest owed on that debt. The interest owed does not exist in the economy, meaning that it is mathematically impossible for that debt to be paid because you owe interest on it. This is why usury was banned for so long. And what that means is that somebody has to lose. Do you think it's going to be the people that created the system? No, it absolutely ain't. That means that you're going to lose. And that's why they've created this system. It is an extraction method of resources, wealth, skills, and a control mechanism to make sure that the people on top that created the system control and know everything, and everybody else is just going to be wiped out. Now, how bad this is going to get, I don't know. But that's why the only thing that I think equates to this is the fall of Rome, because whatever comes next is going to be the most horrific communist hellscape that you can ever imagine. I can imagine pretty dark.
And what we mean by that, really, Bryce, is they want the West on its knees. This is what people who say the government wouldn't do that to us. No, they actually want us on our knees. This is a UN WEF philosophy. So when we're on our knees and we're desperate just to get food for our family for that week, and they come and say, we'll put you on a minimal universal basic income, but for that you must have a digital ID and you must sign into the system. From then on, they have full control over our lives. I, Liz Gunn, cannot ever speak out again, or I'll lose my UBI. And as we're seeing on the streets in China, people who are speaking out are simply tossed out of society. They're sleeping on mattresses.
They're executed and their organs are harvested. It can get really dark.
Wow. This is serious, serious stuff. So what we're talking about now on the positive side of that ledger is protect your family. Just before we leave the banks, I want to understand under Basel III on July the 1st, gold became a tier one. It was given a tier one status. What that meant, wasn't it, Bryce, that prior to that, banks could lend, but they weren't equating it to the actual amount of gold they're having. Just explain that briefly. Are banks now having to be more honest, because they were very dishonorable the way they were lending on the basis of gold supplies they had, weren't they?
So yes and no. So the fractional reserve system basically meant that you had to have a certain amount of reserves in the bank to lend out when you were doing lending. And so it was basically about 2 orders of magnitude. So 10 and you basically, if you put $1 billion in, you could get roughly about $95 billion out of that initial investment because of how the fractional reserve system works, right? And so that was set at 10% for a long time. That has been changed multiple times. It went down to 5%, then 3%, then 2.5%. I think it's 0% now. I think Andy Sheckman talked about that the other day.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, during COVID, in the US, they dropped the reserve ratio to 0. So it's an unreserved system.
Exactly. And so the ideal of Basel III is that the central banks, and this is a regulation handed down from the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, which is effectively the central bank of central banks. They basically dictate policy to all of the central banks, and they're an intermediary mechanism between all of the sovereign, non-sovereign central banks. And so what Basel III, in my estimation personally, is, now I don't actually know this, this is what I think is happening, is that they're going to gold back the central bank digital currency. Because if all sovereign currencies are destroyed because you don't have any freaking gold and there's nothing back in your currency, we'd be like, oh, hey, you guys really suck at managing your money. Don't worry about it. We thought this was going to happen. So here's the solution. Just sign up for our central bank digital currency. Don't worry. It's gold backed because we've been buying all the gold for the last bunch of years. I know it's, what a coinky dink that this was the plan, but like, don't worry about it. We'll take care of you. Just sign up for your own enslavement and it'll all be fine. This is effectively what I think they're going to do. But the Basel III basically tells central banks and commercial banks to some degree that they must hold gold as a tier 1 asset, because they have less trust in the U.S. Treasury, which is the bedrock of the U.S.-led financial system since Bretton Woods 1. And this is effectively what's happening. So one of the things that this does is it creates structural demand for gold from an institutional level. And this has been the majority of what has been pushing up the price of gold, is that you have central banks and nation states buying huge quantities of gold, and especially China. They have been buying everything that they can get their hands on, both officially and unofficially. And I think they probably have more than the US right now. But you have to also understand that all the gold pretty much that we've ever mined in all of human history has been in human hands in some place, form, or someplace in somebody's hands since it was mined, because all it does is trade hands and it sits in vaults and places. It doesn't go anywhere. It's not used up in industry really. And so you have to also ask, if the US used to have, after World War II, roughly 22,000 tons of gold, now they've got about 8,000 tons of gold officially. What does China have? Where did this gold go? If the central banks have officially been buying about 1,000 tons a year, which is still historic, well, where the hell did all of this gold go, and who owns it? Where does this gold sit? I think it's personally in the hands of the oligarchy and the super rich, wealthy families that run the world, because where else would it be? But that also means that what they're going to do is they want gold to be so unaffordable in dollar terms that nobody will be able to get any, and they will have basically a monopoly on the control of that resource. And this is where I think everything is going, which is why you should have some in your portfolio. You don't have to have everything, but have some. Have a little bit of gold, have majority of silver, because as I just said, silver is for artisans. That's for daily use. Gold is for larger transactions and backing up larger amounts of wealth.
And just talk about the suppression factor, the suppression of these prices. Why has that happened? This is so the wealthy find it easier to buy it up. Is it as simple as that? It's greed?
The suppression, no. There's a great video that Andy Sheckman does. He did an interview with somebody, and he basically talked about, why would you suppress this commodity so much? Because we're
talking about the suppression of the price. They're keeping the price artificially low.
Yes. So to your point, yes, to some degree, it is to purchase more now. Well, because they want if I have the goal of getting more of something, I want it as low as possible so I can get the most of it that I can. And more importantly, when stuff like this happens, where gold went up 30% or whatever it is this year so far, that's a trigger for people to be like, whoa, what's happening over there? This is really unusual. I got to look into this. And now people are starting to wake up to this thing. And so they wanted to slow roll this as much as possible, because if it skyrocketed overnight to $5,000 from like 2,000, everybody, whoa, this is big. It would be off the charts, right? It's literally off the charts type of situation. And they want to have as much possible, so when they reprice it, you've purchased it at a reduced price and you've maximized what you've gotten. So now not only are your returns more significant, but you make sure that if you're trying to corner the market on something, less other people are your competition and other people that are within your ecosystem. So if you want to control something, there's less players at the table, and this is why one of the reasons I tell this to people is that this gives you a seat at the table for what comes next, because it is guaranteed that it will be a massive and important part of whatever comes next. Now, whether that's central bank digital currency, the oligarchy doing whatever they're going to do, or us rebuilding at the after we fight, win and or lose, this is something that's going to be absolutely necessary for rebuilding. And the last point that I'll make is on silver specifically, because silver is a very unique metal. It is 60% industrial use. It's one of the most industrial valuable metals that we have, because it is reflective, it is malleable, it is conductive. It's the best conductor that we have. So like huge amounts of weapons have silver in them. And what this means basically is that when you pull this out of the ground, a lot of that is gone. It's not coming back. Like you have silver in your phone, you've got silver in a lot of the technology that we touch every single day. And that is being used up, and it is a depleting resource. So because the supply of silver is going down and it takes forever to get mining going, what we have available, if things go really sideways, might be all that we have. And if it's eventually being used up, the value of that will continue to go up because it's so limited in value or in availability.
It's really important. Let's just take it right down to mum and dad questions, because we did a Twitter Spaces on this, an X Spaces on this on Friday. And I had a question that came in, Bryce, from Ireland, from Raymond. Thank you for this. Where can we buy gold and silver coin that are actually gold and silver and not plated junk metal? And how do we check? What's your reply to that?
Good question. So if you buy LBMA refined bullion, that's basically guaranteed. So the stamp of approval on sovereign mints is basically guaranteeing that it's 99.99% pure silver or gold. That's one of the values of being in the Western lead system, is that it's regulated to that degree. So if you buy, junk silver is what it's kind of known as. So if you melted down a bunch of silverware, it would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of like 98%, 99%, but not 99.99%, because it's an alloy, right? And so you can still buy coins. Like an ounce of silver is an ounce of silver and is an ounce of silver. And there's test kits that you can buy on Amazon and other places. There's an acid test and what's called assays. So you're doing an assay on something. So if you really were concerned about whether or not it was pure or real, you can either take it to a mint to be refined, which there's a charge for that, but it can be done. It's generally pretty hard to do that. There's like X-ray machines that you can buy that are very, very expensive. So you can have somebody come in and do that for you if you have a larger amount. But generally, if you're just talking about like a coin or something like that, or something on a larger mom and pop scale, you just want sovereign mints or something that's from the LBMA approved facilities. So there's a whole bunch of different ones. There's, I think, 32 altogether. So just buy one of the ones from them and you're probably fine.
But Paul, I think it's a good caveat, isn't it? Because as this all becomes more and more valuable, people are going to try to get it, and somebody's going to pop up who's mixed it and is cheating the system. Yes. We've had a lot of cheats. Our government is full of cheats. So, Paul, what's your advice to people to be very careful about where you go, your source for supply?
I agree with Bryce that you want to go to. You don't want to be buying it on eBay from an unknown seller,
no.
But I'll go further and say, to my mind, it's a bit like the crypto story. A gold coin or a silver coin is, it's an element. It has properties. It has a density. It has, as Bryce said, it has electrical conductivity. It has it behaves in certain ways that is specific to it with a magnet. So you can measure the density. You can measure the weight. You can even spin it and hear, when they call sound money, I believe that's when you spin it. It actually has a sound to it. I have a wand buried somewhere where you can actually just touch it on and it will tell you exactly what, using electrical conductance, because silver, like Bryce says, is the most shiny, it's the most reflective, but it's also the most electrically conductive element. That's why it's in so much use, and it has unique properties also when you run a magnet down it. You can build so there's lots of ways we can test that this is actually a 99.99% silver, gold, because it has these measurable qualities. You don't have to take it on faith.
It has medical properties too.
Yeah,
it has medical properties.
We do.
So that's my point. That it's like crypto. It's sort of like a crypto because you don't have to take it in faith. The proof of work has been done here, and the properties are measurable. You don't have to take it on belief. You can sit down, weigh it, measure its dimensions, check how it behaves with a magnet, check how it is electrically conductive. In some of these electrical conductivity tests, it can still be in the blister pack, and it will tell you. It will tell you. Getting back to what was said before, we have so much money in the system now, and inflation has been going on, like I say, our whole lives. It's like the water around the fish. We don't even see it. Yeah. If you think you're doing well in the system because your shares are going up or your house prices are going up, you ask yourself, what's a billion or a trillion times zero? Because it doesn't matter how many millions or billions you have, multiplied by zero, it all comes out the same, zero. And what I was thinking earlier when Bryce was you're talking about the stock market being so high. I measure things in gold. Yeah. When you start measuring the price of the share market in gold, or you measure the price of oil in gold, in grams, in kilos, in ounces, you see a very different picture. Everything is getting cheaper. There's already a massive deflation in everything. We're not at the highs that we were in 2000 in terms of the stock market. We're not in the highs in 20. We're seeing a massive deflation when you measure it in terms of gold. Things are getting cheaper. Yep. So there's it's because we're using it's like the government and the banks will never run out of money in the same way that a carpenter can never run out of inches. The inches are infinite, and they just so you need to. We've been caught in these abstractions, and we have to get back to the real world.
Something solid.
Yeah,
absolutely. And
I was just going to say, so just breaking this down for families who are like myself, they don't have a lot of income, not savings, to get into the charity shops, to start looking for silver, to start looking for gold, and building it up that way. If they don't have large volumes of cash to buy large sums of metals, I'm assuming for the general population of the UK who are really struggling, that's how you would encourage them to go about building this part of their life. Is that what I'm hearing from sort of both of you?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah.
Yes, I think if you haven't got any, just go out and buy one coin. It doesn't matter where you start. Just actually having it in your hands. And everyone still thinks about if I have the gold or silver, I'll change it for dollars and then buy stuff. No, I think we have to get into a culture where our communities have silver coins amongst it, and then we pay. Once we recognize the value, we pay it and use the gold and silver in our communities, and that way the wealth and savings are not lost. They can't be siphoned off and stolen by the bankers. And, the bankers are very aware, like Bryce was saying, they're very aware of what's going on. This is why they're buying it by the hundreds of tons and have been for years.
1,000 tons.
They know what's going on.
Let's look at Vic's idea for people who are thinking, but I know you take a minimum 5,000 investment. And we were saying on our X Spaces, get a group together and put your money together, and then you can share it out, put in what you can. That's another way to build community. But what about Vic's idea of hunting down, antique silver that might have been taken from an estate and put in an op shop? And are people melting it down? Is that kind of thing going on?
It is to a very much lesser degree than it used to, because the types of people that would already know about that have been doing that for generations at this point. So there's not a lot. Oh yeah, like this is a very common thing in the stacker community. So there's a group of people called stackers. Generally, this refers to silver. So they stack silver. So they look for silver. And like I was saying before, silver is the currency of artisans, and this is what you need for every day because it's just a smaller denomination that's going to go further than dollars, right? But to your question, Victoria. But I'd like to add something before I answer it. I think like 20 pieces of silver is just a good, easy, round number. Have 20 pieces of silver, and everything else that you have, if you're strapped on cash, skills, right? So I just did an interview with Tom Marazzo. Go get this book, right? And then
Yeah, I'll put that
use
down.
this as a skill. Go buy this book and do what it says in here to figure out what the main threats to you are, right? I tell everybody when I speak publicly, if you don't have the big large amounts of money for gold and silver, go get skills, assets, and resource. Make sure you have 3 to 6, 12 months of food is preferable. A way to get proper water, a life straw, that's like $30. Everybody can afford that, right? These are things that are going to keep you alive. The purpose of gold and silver, right, is to make you have the ability to have a transaction for resources that you don't have now. If you don't have the resources that you would buy silver with, go get the resources and the assets and the tools and the skills that stuff would buy you then. Because when you have that skill, then you sell that skill for silver, potentially, right? This is the thing that people have to understand about this is a war against all of us, and it is a war against our skills, our ability to collaborate, to communicate, to have a civilization that relies on collaboration. This is what they are at war against, right? And everything that you can do to backstop your ability to work outside of that system is a net benefit to you and your system. So the number one thing I would say, which is what Tom and this book just reinforces, is have a skill that is valuable to your community. And the big thing is the ability to maintain technology. Go and learn how to fix a car. Go and learn medical. Go and learn electrical. Go and learn plumbing. Go and learn carpentry. Literally, all of this stuff is infinite amounts of stuff on YouTube. Start saving and downloading stuff and having a database of skills. Like I go to Value Village, which is like a secondhand clothing store here in Canada, and I just buy books. Oh, that's something about gardening. That's something about electrical. That's something about carpentry. That is a skill that you need, and this is a hard copy that they would have to burn it down to get rid of, right? This is something that is universal. And the last thing that I'll say is that because our birth rates are declining, you are going to be losing skills because there isn't enough people to maintain the skills that we have. You have to decide in your community who is going to be an expert and focus on what. None of this stuff works together. None of the stuff in our society works as you as a lone gunman shooting off all over the place and be like, I'm like a king in my castle or whatever. It is all collaboration. That is how society and civilization functions. And you have to be able to collaborate with other people. And that alone is a skill that you need.
Right, so that's a brilliant idea about getting the books. I mean, at the moment in New Zealand, the Alexander Turnbull Library, our main government library, is burning books. I mean, if that doesn't sound communist to people, why would they be getting rid of books? And probably the most valuable ones for our community building. We just don't know. They're not being open about it. So buy those books, download information, learn skills. Certainly for me, I've been storing seeds and I've been playing with how fun gardening is, how fun it is to grow things.
Even I've got one outside my window here.
Yeah. And even if you've only got a city balcony, you can fill it with pots. You can start to grow your own seeds. You can watch how much food you can produce. Victoria, I want some advice from you as we finish up. We're coming up to the hour and it's gone so quickly. Your advice for other mums and dads like us, Vic. What are you and your family taking home from all of this? It's not just about gold and silver. It's about survival, isn't it?
Yes, I'm the same as you, Liz. I bought loads of seeds. I'm not a gardener, but this summer I just threw seeds onto the garden, onto all the plants and thought, well, if I put too much investment into it, it probably won't grow. So I'm just going to, and I've got loads of sunflowers that I've never been able to grow before. So it is about confidence, but it's about stepping back, what's important, what isn't important, learning to understand this. Now, I've got 5 really important books, an off-grid book. I've got The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies, so you know what's safe to eat. Mushrooms. I've got an apothecary book, and I've also got a map. And you need a map, a road map or a country map. So all of these little
very good suggestion
packs. If you need to walk somewhere, you need to know what you can eat. And this summer, I decided to I threw natural meadow seeds on the side of my garden, and I have got an array of blackberries this year in my garden. So it's about just learning about what's happening, what you're seeing, and linking it all together. And as a family, you need to educate each other and support each other, because it's not easy being awake and alert when your husband or partner might not be. And that's a real barrier. So for me, it's just about your family being prepared. As Jim says, don't be scared, be prepared.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And Paul, what else I've done is link with a farmer who is selling me half a beast when I need it, so we can fill the freezer. And there is a little river nearby where I could store that food if the electricity went down. Identify a riverbank where you might be able to store your food and keep it cool. Be practical about what the old people used to do to store food, to keep it safe when they didn't have electricity. Paul, your finishing up advice for this hour, beyond gold and silver or with gold and silver, either or.
Well, I love the comments about seeds. I think heirloom seeds is real wealth. You can't eat your gold and silver, but heirloom seeds, you can make food for generations. You know,
Yes.
and so to me that is the most amazing survival and investment tool. And I love your guerrilla gardening, Victoria.
Maybe a little,
Chuck 'em and hope.
And one of the reasons this discussion I think is so important is, although I agree cash is so much better than money in the bank or even central bank digital currency, remember that you don't even own. In a sense, they can turn around and make your money worthless overnight with a stroke of a pen. So your cash, whereas they will not be able to make your gold, silver, or heirloom seeds worthless at the stroke of a pen. So that's why I think this is so important.
I love that. I'm going to give you the last word, Bryce. And I do want you to weave in here two things, why you are doing this. It is not about money making for you by any means. When we've been researching you and working with you, it's clear you are a man of courage and integrity, your motivation for doing this. And secondly, if you can also weave in the story of India, where they tried to introduce CBDCs, it will give so many people hope. There was one word they used, and it was no. Just tell us those two things, and any other final words, Bryce.
Yeah, the most powerful word that we have in the English language is no. No, I won't do this. No, it ain't happening. No, you ain't doing it to me, bro. No is the ultimate finality of it ain't happening, and you have to get in tune with what that word means and what you're willing to accept or not. And India basically said that to their government. They tried a few years ago to put forward a digital currency in India, and everybody said no, we ain't doing it, get bent. And they didn't. They had to pull it back. And so we do have the ability in the West, if we got organized and angry enough, I think this would eventually happen. But most people are totally oblivious and delusional about what's happening in the world right now, and especially here in Canada. Like, people just have no idea, just absolutely no idea. And so my motivation for this is I've been a student of history for a long time. I woke up to what was happening in the world a long time ago, and I made a decision during Convoy that I've had enough. Like, it doesn't matter at this point what comes down the pipeline, that they have told us what they're going to do. And if we don't want to live under that nonsense, which I absolutely don't, and I hope nobody else does either, that we have to take action. And that's why I'm sitting here. Gold and silver is one of the options that you have. And I specifically say to everybody that it is not the only option, and it's not the first option. It is one of the options. So yes, I do make money off of this. That is one of the reasons that I want to collaborate with people. But it's like, what I spend my money on is to make sure that other people have the ability to defend themselves as well. So it's not just for my personal wealth. All of my personal wealth goes into defending my family and my community, because that's what my goals for my life are.
Which need to be all our goals. What a delight to talk to you all. And do you realize something? We represent in this group 4 of the Five Eyes countries. We represent the West, where they've really focused on.
We might be kicked out, actually, because we're so bad.
We'll migrate to a nice island with gold, hopefully. Thank you all for doing this, and it's been a really wonderful hour. And stay on this show. Make sure you look back at the previous 2 hours. Please share this live, and make sure that all the people you love and care about know that they can invest in gold and bring security and some safety in the rough waters ahead for all of us. Thank you for joining, and stay with Freedom Train International for the final hour.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter and Adrian.
Hello.
Hey, sorry I have to jump in here. It looks like our ambassador Peter Mac Issac is having a little bit of tech issues, but such is the reality in the life of authentic, real live TV or live broadcasting, right? So Peter will be right back. I've just been working with him behind the scenes here, but I'm sure that you guys will have a lot to cover. What do you guys? I don't know, Adrian and Peter, welcome to the Freedom Train International. I don't know if you guys caught any of the previous 3 segments, but some brilliant stuff. There he is. All right, Peter, I'm getting out of your space here.
Not a problem, guys. I apologize because I'm in a very remote location on Canada's East Coast, and I'm doing the best that I can to try to get this message out. Bryce, more than anybody here, will be able to tell you what we're undergoing here in Canada and how important this segment of the show is. Now, to be fair to the rest of you guys, given my remote location, we may get some repetition, but repetition never hurts. I think sometimes you have to hear things 3, 4, sometimes 5 times and have it pounded into your head before it sinks in. So I'm going to start off with Bryce. Bryce, can you, for anybody who didn't follow any of the earlier segments, can you give us just a brief on who you are and what it is that you do?
Yeah, my name is Bryce Wade. As it says above me here, I'm a precious metals broker. So I work with all sorts of organizations, one of which is Peter and Peter Merrick, and one of which is Adrian with his company, to bring precious metals to the wider world. We have about 1% ownership of precious metals in the West. In general, it's like 10% in China and like 20% in India. And so there's a lot of opportunity with precious metals, not only for self-protection of you and your wealth and your family, but also for the ability to increase your wealth over time. And so that's what I do. I do it in a couple ways. We can work with anybody outside of the US, really. And that's what I do.
Little background on yourself, Adrian.
I'm a private wealth advisor. I have my own practice. I work with Bryce. I work with a private portfolio management firm, and I bookend my portfolios with precious metals as portfolio insurance, and that's where New World Precious Metals is integral. And I also work with other solutions to de-risk client portfolios. And the name of my company is Performance Financial Consultants. And Peter and I wrote a book called It Starts With Gold, and we're representing our book, It Starts With Gold, on this segment.
Peter, if there's anything that he left out, can you complete the what Adrian just said?
Well, Peter, I love your name. I think it's a very strong name, and it means rock in Greek.
Yep.
It's like solid. I've been in the financial industry for the last 33 years. I am Canadian. I left Canada in 2019. I live in San Diego. I know California is not the place. However, I want to share everyone in Canada. The rumors about California being really bad. Going back to Canada, I'm in shock, because California looks conservative next to what's happening in Canada. I just wanted to share that with you. My expertise, I wrote 5 books in my career, and I wrote for the largest accounting publication in Canada for 18 years. And Adrian and I spent 7,000 hours writing a book called It Starts With Gold. And I just want to share with your audience, it's just not on gold. Oh, thank you so much, Bryce. It's not just on gold. It is on de-risking your wealth and rematerializing the things that are important in your life. And I at the end of your last segment, and I have to applaud you, because the most important thing that's going to be in the future, I think, are the useful skills and the communities that we build now.
So that's well said, gentlemen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give a short summation as to the crisis that is currently coming down the pike here on us at record speed in Canada. So for international watchers, folks need to realize that we just had a new prime minister installed in Canada, and I say installed for a very specific reason. He has a job to complete, and one of those jobs that he's destined to try and complete is to initiate the use of fully governed controlled digital currency, a CBDC, here in Canada. Our prime minister is a gentleman named Mark Carney. And Mark Carney is former head of the Bank of Canada and former head of the UK. And I did a little more research on him here over the last number of days. And the amount of times that man is quoted as stating in writing and verbally that he is absolutely determined to bring a CBDC into Canada is it's basically his raison d'etre right now, along with basically destroying our economy. So one of the things, and I see Bryce chuckling a little bit, but the issue that we're dealing with, guys, is I was one of the people for the first 5 days at the truckers protests in Ottawa when it happened. I was right on the front lines. One of the most exciting things I've ever done in my life, and I've done a lot of crazy things. And so, a lot. So anyways, what I wanted to point out, guys, is what happened there is when people had their bank accounts frozen, and it's subsequently been, Canada's judiciary has ruled that move was unconstitutional, but they did it anyway. And so, irregardless of what people think they have in place, safeguards that they have, and people thinking that, for example, this can't happen to me, Bryce, I'd like to start off with you and explain just how serious this issue is right now in Canada of potentially losing complete control of your financial assets.
Yeah, I think it's important for everybody to understand who Mark Carney actually is. He is an avatar of the oligarchy. He is literally banking incarnate. He is part of the cabal, and he was sent in to finish off Canada from what Trudeau started. Like, he was the reason that Canada doesn't have any gold backing up its currency. He was the governor of the governor of the Bank of Canada in 2015 when we sold off all of our gold. Right? And he then went to the UK and screwed up their economy with a whole bunch of debt and what they're doing now. And so the what we risk now is either one of two things: hyperinflation or default. This is what happens with all currencies over history, and these guys' book go into a little bit of more depth about that and some of the history about that. But the point that I'm making is that when you purchase something in a currency, you're basically betting that that currency holds its value, so you can take that currency and buy something else, right? And so if you have everything invested in Canadian dollar denominated assets and it loses 50% of its value, well, your investments lose 50% of their value, right? And so what we're really coming down towards is the destruction of our economy, which means that our currency is worth less, and there's less opportunities for you to make a cash flow and an income. And once that happens, they're going to crash some sort of system so that the banking system is reset, and they roll out UBIs, which is effectively another way of saying communism, because it's taking from one person and giving it to another, literally. And once that happens, or once they have the central bank digital currency rolled out, we are effectively slaves. So to say that this is a serious thing that we're facing is a vast and gross understatement of what we were actually facing, which is a war against our future and our family.
Last week, gentlemen, I was invited by accident into a room, and actually it was an NDP meeting here in Canada. And I was absolutely stunned and shocked by what I heard in that room. Every single person in that room was looking for a handout. They believed 100% in a nanny state, and they fully expect the government under all circumstances to be able to take care of them. Adrian, can you give just a brief explanation of UBIs and the inherent danger of the government implementing something like that it doesn't matter where it's at, any country around the world?
Well, from what I know so far, UBIs is going to be replacing your Canada Pension, OAS, your EI insurance. It is going to be your basic payment, and it's going to be tied to a digital currency and digital ID. So it's programmable, the digital ID and the currency, so that you effectively you're going to get a basic income that is really not going to be that much, probably as much or less than what Canada Pension is right now, and you're going to be told what you're allowed to spend and what not through the programmability of the UBI. So even though you have money, you're going to be allocated an amount that you're allowed to spend. So it all comes together. If you have no money and you're just totally relying on the UBI, you're going to be destitute. You're not going to be able to really enjoy a half decent life, because the amount of money that they're going to pay you is not going to be enough to keep you going. So you're going to be forced to eat, substandard food, food with
Crickets.
flour in it, or whatever. You're not going to be eating real meat. You're going to be eating Bill Gates's crappy invention or concoction of what they call meat. It's a means of controlling you totally, 100%.
So, Peter, I've had a chance to spend a lot of time listening to Catherine Austin Fitts.
Oh, yeah,
and one of the
really
things
good.
she can teach, what she really talks about a lot of the time, is the level of control. So we've talked a little bit about it, but most people don't realize the absolute total level of control. Whoever is controlling your CBDC issuance, which is what Mark Carney wants to have done here in Canada. Can you explain to the audience the level of control that a central bank digital currency is going to impose on their day-to-day, all the things we take for granted now, how it's going to mess that up on your just day-to-day living?
Well, I have to share a story with you, Peter, because I think this is a big concern. A little about my background. In Canada, early on in my career, I started working with computer consultants, and I started doing that during Y2K, where they were paying these computer consultants a lot of money to get rid of, when the flip happened. And a number of clients I had, they were getting huge amounts of dollars from Ontario Health, because I'm originally from Ontario, from Toronto. And they were getting paid huge. And what was being marketed, and this is very appropriate to focus on right now, was getting a centralized database. And Canadians take pride in the Canadian Healthcare Act, where we're all covered medically. Well, during COVID, I wasn't in Canada, but I still had a health card. So I thought it was being marketed that you could go to any doctor. And you got to remember, not everyone has a bank account. Not everybody has a driver's license, but everybody has a health card. Well, what happened that shocked me is I got a call from the health ministry in Ontario, knowing I had not gotten a vax in one of the approved centers where they take that card and they slip it. I truly believe, it hit me at that point, that is going to be the system that was developed for Canadians to get them onto this control grid with central bank digital currency, though, because that's the central database. And that's something that Canadians have to be concerned about, because the things that we thought made us great are going to be the same things that put in our slavery. And they've proven to us that they can, with a switch, take away bank accounts. And I agree with you completely. Mark Carney, in our book, It Starts with Gold. I know this is shameless with the book.
No, go ahead.
What we did in here, because Adrian and I both collectively been inside the financial industrial complex for the last 70 plus years. So we couldn't talk about vaccines. We couldn't talk about that. We have our opinions. However, we've actually lived this. And when we went digging, and this is before Mark Carney was ever selected, we identified that Mark Carney was going to be taken from behind the curtain to the front, because there was enough pushback, because the system is starting to stall, because I think depopulation isn't that we have that many people. What it really has to do is too many of us are starting to ask questions to wake up. So to manage a herd, they got to thin the herd. And getting back to all this debt and everything, it's very convenient, because I've listened to Catherine speak before. It's very convenient that the elderly disappear, because the debt and the obligation disappeared too if people don't live to 65. And all of us have members of our family who, I don't know about you, but my mother is on her 9th vax, and all she talks about, I I spoke to a gentleman in Australia, he's on to his 11th.
Wow.
And the fact, I know it's shocking. I've been written out of my family as the Mad Hatter, because my concern. The thing is, you have to look at that. If they don't get us under control, then what's going to happen is the herd is going to turn on the shepherd, which happens to be Mark Carney and his friends. And that's why they're pushing so far to get the grid in place, and they were going to have problems if someone else got in because too many of us would wake up. I'm not saying the conservatives are any different. It just would have been a little slower. And Canada, for any of your American listeners, is the back door into the United States. It's a Trojan horse, and they had to put this man there. And when that meeting happened, I'm sorry for dominating, but it's like I'm very passionate about this. That meeting between Trump and Carney, many people in the world said, look at what this man did, Trump. He slapped Carney around. They didn't realize that pushing central bank digital currency was done by Mark Carney around the world. They didn't realize that in Glasgow, he got a treaty, an agreement between fund managers that manage $130 trillion to implement the social goals that the UN has. So this is something that we have to realize, that this man here, Canada, is a bit player, that Canadians have this envy towards the state. But what happens in Canada is going to impact the world. And if this man is able to put this through, because not enough of us wake up and use the most important word that every single one of us have, and that's saying no. I will.
Yeah, I hear that
in the knee.
Yeah, and I hear Catherine Austin Fitz say that every time I listen to her. Bryce, I got another question I'll direct at you. So not so much a question as it is, I want you to give us a short explanation. Still, the bulk of the people, probably 95% of the people I know, still can't seem to grasp the level of control that a CBDC is going to, how much it's going to affect their life if they have nothing alternative. Because what I want to do, guys, I want to make sure people get a total grasp of the potentiality of the problem before we start offering what I believe and you guys believe are the functional, easy to implement solutions. So Bryce, let's say I'm your average person and the switch got flipped, and as of tomorrow, I can't do anything unless I have my digital ID, and every single transaction that I want to make here in Canada, for example, the government not only knows it, but they can program what that money is being spent on. Explain to people who still don't quite get it, and that's a lot of them, just how devastating full implementation of this plan can be, especially if they don't have anything set up on the side the day this happens. And don't ever sit there and say, this can't happen here, because I'm telling you, I've been inside government. I was inside government in politics for 12 years. This can happen.
This is happening, yeah. So let me give you a scenario, right? You want to go and buy food. You get to decide what you buy with food because you have cash in your hand. You go to the store, you go to a grocer or a meat person or a butcher or whatever, and you say, here, take my cash and I get my meat, I get my groceries, I get whatever I'm going to get, and I go home. Very simple process, something we've done for literally thousands of years, right? That's what we've lived in. Now, let me tell you how it works when central bank digital currencies work, right? So now I have to go to the store. So I take my card, I punch out of my building because that's going to be limit of where you can go. So if I'm allowed to go out of the building, I go within a 15-minute walking, because that's what a 15-minute city is. So within 15 minutes walking, I go to my local grocery store. I scan in, right? Once I get inside, I grab the stuff that I want to get, and I go to pay, and I scan my card or scan my phone or scan my hand or whatever they want at that point, right? And then they'll either be an OK, a check mark, or an X. And if the X says, hey, you can't buy any meat, you've used too many carbon credits and your social score is too low, you're not allowed to have that, right? And so they say, well, screw you, I'm taking it. Well, you can't get out of the store because you got to scan to get out. You got to scan to get back into your apartment, and you got to scan to get everywhere. The really important point about central bank digital currencies is it basically gives the people that created this system not only total surveillance and transparency about what you do, and not only total opaqueness. How do you say that word? Total opaqueness? Total opacity? I think it's opacity. Total
opacity.
Yeah, total opacity into what they do. You have no idea what they're doing on their side, but they control the system. And what they can do is effectively push a button and say, not only can you now not buy this certain thing or go out of this certain area, but you can't leave your house. You can't leave your building. And what this effectively is in practice and in effect is a death sentence. Because if you can't access electricity, food, water, you get out of your house, you are locked into a cage that you don't have a key to and will never be able to get out of. And that is a literal death sentence, because at some point, a week later or whatever, you die. And then they come in and clean out your body and then move somebody else into your place. This is the ultimate form of slavery, because it's a form of slavery that you will never be able to get out of, because there's no tool. It's basically like Teslas. Teslas is a really good example of this. If you touch a Tesla, it opens for you. If you don't have the right key or whatever kind of magic that they use, there's no physical way to open that door. The only way that you can get in is by smashing the window. Then you break the car. You can't use it anyway. This is the real threat to this. Is like, there's a really old quote that basically goes something to the effect of, sufficiently advanced technology is basically magic to those that don't understand it, right? We have phones that scan like that. That's basically like how you show that to somebody from 100 years ago. That's literal magic to them, right? And now we're going to get to the point where if you're within this system, you don't have a physical capacity to access the resources that you need to survive. And that is the ultimate goal, is they will have literal total control over not only where you go, what you do, but also if you can go at all. And ultimately, if you're born into that system, you will never know, and this is the really scary part, you will never know what actual freedom is, because you will be born into a system where you do what you're told or you die. And that is a horrific sort of situation that I don't want to live in. And this is effectively what the Chinese live in already, because if you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing or go in the wrong place in the Chinese system, they literally arrest you. They can watch everything on your phone. They haul you off to a place and you might never come back. And if they really don't like you, they literally kill you and harvest your organs. This is something that they are planning to do to all of us. And I don't want to live in that world.
So for a lot of listeners, if you're new to programs like this, some of this stuff sounds pretty harsh, and you're going to go, there's no way possible. But the reality of it is possible, guys. I did law enforcement for 29 years. I worked inside government, and we routinely lied to the public every day about different things. And I say this on every show. We didn't outright lie, but we lied by omission at least 90% of the time. And the other 10% of the time, it was just outright lies, stuff that we spun and made up. And it was always designed to make the government look good, and to make anybody that didn't agree with us just look like a villain of some kind. So everything that you three gentlemen are saying, I agree with completely. So basically, correct me, gentlemen, if I have this wrong, but it appears to me that if I'm just the average guy sitting on East Coast Canada or down in the southern U.S. or some hamlet in Europe, and I'm sitting there going, well, you know what, I'm just making ends meet. I can barely cover my bills, and I have different issues. If that's your situation now, if they pull this switch, they're going to have absolute 100% complete control of your future. I mean, if you don't have a cushion or something of some kind set up when something like this happens, you're done for. So my understanding is, from what I watched earlier, guys, and from what I gather, is that there's a couple of things that all of us can do. And one of them is as you talked about earlier, develop skill sets that you can barter. Because barter's as old as gold, right? And silver. So people can develop skill sets where they can barter. Now, we had another person from the U.S. talking last week, and one of the things he was talking about was cryptocurrency. And one of the things on cryptocurrency, guys, there's some things that are alternatives, but the problem with cryptocurrency right now, as I see it, and I stand to be corrected, and no one's been able to give me a satisfactory answer yet, and that's quantum computing. Quantum computers now can crack codes that should have taken literally millions of years just 12 months ago. And the most complicated security systems that have ever been developed by man can now be cracked within less than 5 minutes by quantum computer systems. Now, my understanding is they're trying to fight fire with fire, but the issue is, if that's what you want to rely on, the question I always have in regards to crypto, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't have crypto or some in their investment portfolio, but the issue being is, how do you work with crypto when the power goes out?
Peter,
you are 100% right on the button.
Yes, our last two chapters in the book, we actually offer the crypto challenge, Peter. We actually ask the questions that nobody asks about crypto. thank you so much for putting our book up. Adrian and I asked every question because no one can answer these questions for us. One, in 1996, the NSA came out with a paper that they described Bitcoin. That's the first thing they did. They described it. There's a paper that was released in the Freedom of Information Act. On top of that, the other questions that we looked at is ARPANET. Everything's transacted on ARPANET, which is now the internet. So that's the NSA with a paper and with the internet. And then it's built on SHA 256 encryption. And if people don't remember who Snowden was, he came out and he said they're observing everything. So people say that they can't break into crypto. It's got this, unbreakable. No. Well, they're built on the NSA. And I want to share with you, because that's something you mentioned about the quantum computing. There was a chip, or there is a chip, it's called Willow.
That's right.
This chip here was given an encryption that would have taken 126 billion years to crack, and it was able to do it within 7 million.
Correct.
Sorry, within 7 minutes, not million, 7 minutes. And it was next to the fastest computer that existed, supercomputer in use today, not any of these quantum ones that are not available to everyone. But they are available. It was 15 septillion times faster in calculation. So, I had to look that up. Adrian and I had to research what that was. A septillion is a trillion. So if you think that your cryptocurrency is going to work for you, it's not, because it's built on the NSA. So even if they didn't have a quantum computer that could slice through the encryption like a hot knife to butter, they already probably put in what we're told by Snowden, and this is where people don't understand, that this is the perfect trap. So far, anywhere from $3 trillion to $5 trillion has gone into crypto, and just think how easy it is. They have Galilean dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. I want everybody enslaved on central bank digital currency, so they lose all their money, and the government comes out and they said, hey, we think blockchain is great. Well, the blockchain is based on the NSA with SHA 256, and they come out after everyone loses their crypto and they say, hey, get onto this. And they've got all these people trained like SEALs because they're already thinking digital, because they're used to it. And they remove themselves so far from reality, from things that are hard, like gold, like silver, like relationships, like things that are tangible, to something that's not backed by everything. And I just want to bring it over to Adrian, because Adrian looks at crypto that it happens to be like a penny stock that has no value. It doesn't have storage of wealth. And Adrian and I did lots of research on this. And if you could add on this, Adrian, because I'm sorry for being so passionate, Peter.
Not a problem. Passion's good.
When we looked at gold as being something fundamental, we looked at, let's say, Coca-Cola. People would say Pepsi is its competition. It's not. Coca-Cola sees water as its competition. When you look at Visa, people would say it happens to be MasterCard. No, it happens to be cash and gold. And when we looked at gold and something tangible that you could hold, that you could take possession, because we work with Bryce, and I'm an advocate that you take possession of it, because in 1933, the FDR took all the gold that was in the banks. The gold wasn't taken if you had possession of it, but they took it all. So you better have it on hand. Adrian, can you add to that? Because again, Peter, as I shared with you, like, this is something we looked at it because we said this is a ruse. This is to get people into something that's in a mental space that's not real.
We've come to the conclusion that all crypto really is a Trojan horse. I watched a crypto show recently, and I wish I would have logged it. But on the show, they're saying that the current crypto or Bitcoin that people are buying isn't even the original Bitcoin that was issued. The first three letters of the Bitcoin is different than the original. And the fellows were from England, and they're saying that the original Bitcoin is still trading around $40. So it's been hijacked, and what is being sold now is a fraud. And now this is one show, and these are experts who know the space, but yeah, their theory is that we're not even trading the real Bitcoin anymore.
Last week, gentlemen, we had a guy on, we had a guest on who was a former presidential candidate. The guy's name's Aaron Day. And what he talked about on that episode was the fact that Bitcoin has been hijacked. Now it's a straight up store of value and nobody trades and does what they're intentional to do with it.
Yeah.
So what I want to bring up a point on, and then I want to go to Bryce on this, is because of the inherent dangers of a power outage. Let's say it's extended. Let's say we had an EMP burst and power was out for 4 months. What are you going to do with your digital, right? And then secondly, it comes back to your barter skills you can always use. But ultimately, guys, right, from any old timer, which I'm rapidly turning into one of, a hand, a bird in the hand is always better than two or three birds. Yeah, two birds in the bush. So the issue on it is this, because right now, guys, we're down to 23 minutes left. So now that we've identified some of these issues, what I want to talk about again, and I want to go back to you guys, and I really we're going to pound this into people's heads, because I had an uncle tell me, I can remember I was 14 years old, and he wanted me to buy gold. Back at the time, I think it was $30 an ounce. Now, well, what am I going to do with it? And at one point, I had 150 grand, and I went to one of the wealthiest men in my city of Halifax, and he had made his money in gold mining, and I thought, well, he must be a gold expert. And gold at that time was around $330 an ounce. And he said, no, he said, the gold boom was long since bust, young man. He said, invest in something else, right? So he got it wrong. So when people try to get information from experts, first warning is make sure the experts are actually experts. And then, Bryce, what I want you to bring up and talk about is how absolutely essential it is when it comes to doing trade and commerce, especially in crisis situations. Nobody wants to take paper. Nobody wants to take something that's digital they can't access. People want hard assets in their hand. And so it comes down to the two hard assets that have, the only two hard assets that have continually withstood the test of time. Can you explain to the audience how many fiat currencies have come and gone, if you know the number, and how long gold and silver has lasted?
Yeah, it's thousands, so like thousands and thousands of currencies, because like we really only think of like the big currencies of nation states really when we think about that number. But back in the medieval times, like you had a currency in 100-kilometer radius of some fiefdom, like some chieftain and fiefdom of some castle somewhere. So like some king or thane or whatever their title was, duchy of whatever, they had their own currency because that was who controlled the resources in that area, and then they traded gold between them. And I said this previously that gold is the currency of kings, silver is the currency of artisans, and debt is the currency of slaves, right? And so in a situation where the currency goes to zero, and 100% of them have, except for the ones alive right now, it's the Western exuberance and arrogance that we think that we're above that and we will never die, right? But history has shown us that when corruption and incompetence become the norm, and it is the free thinker and the common man that is criminalized and tried to be punished for doing what they do, is trying to survive, that's when things go sideways and that's when things collapse. And we're living that right now. We are in historic times. And so if you want to be able to defend yourself, gold and silver is one of the options that has stood the test of time, that the wealthy use as a exit plan for once they have used the currency to its logical conclusion of taking the resources out of the society. So central banking really came out of this goal of seizing control of the nation state that underpins whatever the currency is. Because if you Amschel, Rothschild, whatever his name was, basically said, if I control the currency and the money of a nation, I care not who creates its laws, right? And what that really speaks to is that this is a form of control. Either you control your money or somebody else controls your money. And the central banking system that has been created and been used for hundreds of years at this point is reaching its logical and mathematical conclusion, which is the central banks control all money and everybody else is a renter within their system. That is a garbage system for all of us. And so we really have to get together in this time really and say, what are we going to do about this and how are we going to do it? Like the emergency plan that I was talking about previously with Tom Marazzo, like this is a way to actually sit down and, game plan out and war game out a plan to oppose these people and these policies. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is the physical assets. And this isn't even gold and silver. Gold and silver is an intermediary for resources. So the seeds, the bullets, the guns, the tools, the knowledge, the skills, the assets, the resources. And I wasn't able to touch on resources, but I'll do it briefly here. One of the most important things for manufacturing is these baseline resources: copper, lead, zinc, all of these baseline materials. If you don't have these baseline materials, you don't have manufacturing. And these are one of the things that's really important as well. And so if mining ever goes the way of the dodo bird, we are really screwed because we're not going to be creating any new technology or manufacturing anything new. We're fairly lucky in North America that we are one of the most resource-rich places on the planet, but we're run by absolute morons that don't know anything about, they do know a lot about it. They're just not doing what is good economics. And so we're all suffering because of this. So to answer your actual question, is that the road that we're being put on is what's happened throughout history, which is the government that controls the currency has gone way beyond its means. It's become corrupt. It's become incompetent. It's become an agent of chaos, as it were, instead of an agent of defense of the people. It's not of by and for the people anymore. It's just a whole bunch of people holding up their hands and say, gimme, gimme, gimme. And eventually you run out of the old socialism joke that, eventually you run out of other people's money. Well, we're getting to that point. And it is incumbent upon all of us that you have to prepare as much as you possibly can. Gold and silver is one of the options, but if you don't have enough, just go and get the actual underlying skills, assets, and resources that gold and silver would purchase. This is not the only option; is one of the options.
So I've got a question that comes up then, gentlemen. Let's say I've got a couple of friends right now that are in a position they'd like to buy some gold and silver. Mm-hmm. They're new to the game. They want to be 100% certain that when they buy gold or silver, that it's going to be highly tradable. It's not going to be questionable. It's going to be, it'll meet certain standards. Can you explain? I'm going to go around to each of you guys. You guys, if anybody overlooks anything, and I'll start with you again, Bryce, and then I'll go back to Peter and Adrian. Is that let's say I'm a 100% newbie. I've got $3,000 to start with. That's all I have, but I've got $3,000. Yep. So $3,000's not going to be able to buy me an ounce of gold. I think right now in Canada it's 4,500, and as of yesterday it was 4,575 bucks an ounce, something like that.
Yep.
So, but I can buy silver.
Yep.
Right. So when I go to buy, if I wanted to go through the steps tomorrow to start to accumulate some silver in my hands, and I could store someplace and hide it, because people don't understand that $1 million worth of gold, for example, is only a little over 13 pounds of gold.
Yeah,
at today's price. It's not a lot. Yeah, so it's relatively easy to stash and hide, guys. You just got to get a little bit creative. So the number one thing that keeps people from doing things is fear. And people are afraid, like, gee, if I order it, how do I know it's actually going to get delivered to me? Mm-hmm. What are the insurance procedures? Take me as a brand new person, start off with Bryce, and if they miss anything, like I said, I'll go back to you, gents. I'm here. I've got $3,000, and I got a buddy of mine who's got $30,000. The $30,000 guy wants to buy some gold and some silver. I've got $3,000. All I can afford is silver. Walk me through the baby steps as if I'm a liberal. I can't understand much.
Sure. The biggest thing that you want to look for is what's called LBMA approved. This is basically the universal standard of precious metals that is what creates bullion. So the London LBMA, London Bullion Metals Association, is what that organization is. There's also the World Gold Council and the World Silver Council. There's another group for the silver, the World Gold Council, and I can't remember the other one for silver. But basically, these are non-profit organizations. They still have profit, but they're effectively regulatory institutions that maintain standards across the industry. So when you buy a sovereign mint bullion, of which I think there's 32, so that's like the Royal Mint in the UK, the Canadian Mint in Canada, the US Mint, Perth Mint in Australia, and I can't remember the other one. But there's like 5 major ones, and if you buy anything with their stamp on it, it's basically guaranteed to be 99.99% silver, what we call quadruple 9 silver or gold, and that's basically guaranteeing to you and everybody that touches it that this is basically 100% gold or silver. And so that would be the thing that I would be like, if you know nothing about gold and silver and you just want some, go find a sovereign mint, Canadian maple leaf or US eagle, or whatever in your local closest currency or country or whatever that is a sovereign mint, part of the LBMA. You're basically guaranteed to get what you want. I wouldn't trust anything from China. Don't even touch anything from China with a 7-foot pole. Like, I don't trust anything that they do ever, right? But if you're in the West, or even if you're international, if you can get those sovereign mints, and there's places that will deliver internationally. Our systems are universal across the world. We have volatile across the world, and you can take delivery of your metals in whatever denomination that you want. And once you have them, once you actually purchase this, and effectively how it works is you just go to either a coin exchange, a bullion exchange. They typically have them in every major city, so it wouldn't be that hard to find. You just go on Google and find somebody local. As long as it says LBMA and it's from a sovereign mint, you're pretty safe. There's 32 of these different mints, like I was saying. So there's Buffalo. I'd have to look. I don't deal with them typically,
Yep.
but they're out there, and it's simple to get, and it's basically a universal form of exchange. And like Peter was saying, you can take delivery. I suggest that people have 20 pieces of silver is a good starting point. Like, that's basically about $1,500 in Canadian prices right now.
Yep.
And that's not too much, but it's something that gives you somewhere to start. And once you start holding this stuff, it really becomes clear to you that this is physical money and it's real. This is a hard asset that you can trade with somebody else. And like, people are not, and to your point about liberals in general, not to harsh on them too much, but they just think of everything in the terms of the currency that they live in, and they believe the state. They trust the state for whatever reason, even though they used to be very anti-statist, but whatever. And the more that you get connected to what is real and what is true, the more that you're like, hey, how do I work outside of the system that I'm being pushed into? And that's why I always go back to skills, which is the kind of the bedrock of this. Because if you don't have the ability to purchase, well, go sell a skill for something.
Yeah.
Go and do some work for somebody. Be like, hey, can you pay me in silver? If you're in that type of community,
what a great
there'll
idea.
probably be silver kicking around that community. Be like, hey, I'll take a couple pieces of silver for a couple days of work or something like that.
I think people will be surprised to find out how many people have a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
In some cases. Quick question for you next, and I'm going to move to you next, Pete. Explain to the newbie, the person who doesn't understand it because they're afraid, won't take this initial step, when you go to buy metal, what does spot price mean, and what price should you be prepared to pay above spot?
Good question.
The spot price is what the actual metal is worth, and the amount that you pay, and because I buy Eagles, and there's a premium because people want American Eagles, and I live in the States. And I just want to share something with you, Peter, that people don't know, which is really interesting, that I discovered. That when you travel, they say currency up to $10,000.
Right.
Well, on an Eagle, because I'm going to be talking, I'm in the States. It also applies to Canada. Its value, similar to a penny or quarter, the metal is much more expensive than what it's printed on. So it's $50. That means I could travel with 60.
Wow.
Like, I could travel with 499 gold coins. And I'm not.
I did not know that.
And what's also valuable about that
Wow.
is in the United States, let's say I ended up being really bright and I bought gold at $300 and now it's 3,000 US. I'm sorry, Canadians, I've been American, but I only have one passport. Unlike your prime minister, because I don't take ownership of him, who has three, right? Three. Ireland and the UK, and he probably has a bunch of other with some satanic group. I'm sorry. That's my mouth going. What's really powerful when I actually exchange it, it's not reported to the tax authorities. So think about it. I'm able to travel right now with about $1.3 million worth of gold. I can then go wherever I want, and if I can exchange it right now before the system breaks, and it is not going to be reported.
Wow. What a fantastic.
This is something that the wealthy This is what the wealthy do. That's how they move their money.
The onus.
And Canadians and Americans and Brits and everyone using the fiat cash, they don't know this because they're being nailed for doing transactions. But this is a loophole that people don't know. So why do you want to know about precious metals? Because if things fall apart, you need to be able to leave wherever you are if you haven't established a community.
Right now in Canada, Pete, we just had a piece of new legislation that went through. I know it's tabled. I'm not sure if it went through yet, but I believe it's going to make it a criminal code offense in Canada to do any cash transaction in excess of $10,000.
It's been tabled. It hasn't gone through yet.
It hasn't gone through yet. So we're trying to stop it. So Adrian, let's go to you on this, because what Pete just said on that loophole, the whole 4-hour show was worth learning that one tip, because quite frankly, I was not aware of that in order to be able to transfer money around. And what a great loophole. Anything that we missed for the newbie to allay their fears on how to get their hands on the one thing that will protect them in this upcoming, what we believe everything's pointing to is
Read, it starts with gold. Start with.
I heard it was a good book.
We lay it out. What I want to add is, first of all, the onus is on you to report to the authorities that you have transacted or moved the precious metals. It's on you. That's all I'm going to say. Now, there's another way of moving money out of the country, and that is through PMI International. New World Precious Metals is the top broker for PMI International. They're headquartered in the Cayman Islands. You can purchase, now if you buy precious metals over $5,000 at any exchange, at a bank or exchange broker, it's reported to CRA. So they know that you have it. If you buy precious metals and vault it in Canada and any amounts over $5,000, it's not reported. Again, it's up to you. It's your responsibility to report that you bought the gold, so that when you sell it, that you have to declare the capital gains. So I'm not giving tax advice. I'm just saying that it's your responsibility to make that report. However, you're able to, if at a moment's notice, if you have your money stored and is vaulted in very secure vaults that are audited by top accounting firms, and it's insured. I believe it's who's the insurance company, Bryce?
Which one for what?
For PMI vaults.
Oh, Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's of London. So it's a very high profile insurance company. So you could instruct them to move your precious metals to another jurisdiction outside of Canada. So if you leave Canada, you can take your precious metals with you. And if you have substantial amounts, it's pretty hard to move that across the border or even move it across the country if you have a large amount. So it might be beneficial to have it stored. But again, it's not reported, and it's your responsibility to report what you do with your precious metals.
So once again, Bryce, goes back to this. Okay, so the switch is pulled. I need to put gas in my car. Winter's coming. I need tires, and I need to buy groceries. Now, some of those things I'll be able to barter for. I won't be able to do much with my digital currency because not enough people. You know, the guy at the garage down here where I live, near Halifax, they're not taking digital currency right now. So ultimately, when it comes right down to it, the hard brass tacks, where the rubber meets the road, you're going to have some form of physical asset to survive. It doesn't have to be the major part of your portfolio, but you still need to have something, correct?
Something, yes. And, you know, this can get really dark. I've always been an advocate for, you know, a political solution to all this and pushing back, you know, in the proper channels. But, you know, as we've seen in the last couple of years, especially here in Canada, it looks like that's actually a really small probability of happening. And so if we're going in the opposite direction, which is, you know, what's the worst case, to have as many tools as possible, as many options as possible, so that regardless of what happens, you have an option, a tool, an ability, a plan, an option, and a course of action that's going to lead you down the path that keeps you and your family alive, safe, and well. They have told us in no uncertain terms that there is a change coming, and they're going to decide when that is. Because if we don't, they will. And this is what I advocate for, saying you have to provide. This is, my love, your right hand side. This is a war against all of us, right? And one of the things that they are attacking is our ability to transact with each other, because that is the lifeblood of organization. I need the ability to organize with you and say, I'm putting my money where my mouth is, as the saying goes, and saying I'm putting resources, time, energy, and effort behind whatever our course of action that we agree to is. And if we don't have the ability to do that, and they can monitor every single thing that we do, well, we don't have the ability to rebel. We don't have the ability to resist. And this is the ultimate thing that they're trying to accomplish with central bank digital currencies, is completely eliminate our ability to resist whatever they tell us to do.
Guys, we've got 4 minutes left. I just want to bring up another point, and then I'm going to allow each of you guys to make sure that folks know how they can find you, where your book is available, how they can do business with you, Bryce. And I would like people to, even if you go up to a coin exchange, to actually go and hold 10 gold coins in your hand. And realize when I was a kid, 10 gold coins was $300. 10 gold coins in Canadian today is $45,000. Yep. And you could hold them easily in your hand, walk around with them in your pocket and jingle them. They're a little heavy, but you will be surprised how small a gold coin actually is and how much an ounce of gold. It's not much. But to actually hold it physically in your hand will change your view of currency. Mm-hmm. It's like some kind of a switch or something happens in your head and you go, oh my God. And then you realize that you actually have something. It's like owning real estate and you actually own it. Of course, unless you don't pay taxes and the government takes it. But Adrian, start off again. You guys are still, you're both pushing this, the same book.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that folks know how they can get it. Is it available on Audible as well?
It's available on Audible, and it starts with gold. We have a website called itstartswithgold.com. And let me just quickly share a screenshot for you, because we have a free download available for people, and I got a QR code. So if you mind me sharing.
No, go ahead.
Okay, 1 sec here. Share screen. Okay. So if you can point your camera at the QR code, it's a 580-page PDF, which is a big book. So you can download the book. It's for free. And if you would like to listen to it, all you need to do is download Speechify, and you can then use Speechify to read the book just like you're listening to Audible. So we're willing to give the book away because it's important to share, and we're finding that people who download the book will buy a hard copy eventually. So you know, and it's fair use, so you can share as with as many people as you want.
Yeah, so that's excellent. And is that available on Amazon as well?
Where's your book?
The book is available on Amazon. Yes.
Okay. So
this is a free download QR.
That's we'll make sure afterwards that we'll make sure that our technical team backstage accesses that code and we can be able to post it. Any last words, Pete? And by the way, Jim, it's nice to see you on deck, buddy. We'll bring you in here just shortly. Pete?
My last thing to share, Peter, is I know we've talked about having physical assets, having useful skills. What's so important is to have a community, to have people that you can trust and to barter with. I think that's the most important thing. And I once heard a question that a Holocaust survivor asked, and the question was this: would you hide me? And actually, when you look through, if you look through that prism, when you evaluate people and you realize there's only going to be a few people who actually make it to your table, that's an important question, because people should be asking 3 questions when they meet someone and they're going to work with them. And one is, can I trust you? They're doing the best for themselves and for you, because it's not good if someone's starving and you're eating. Number 3, are they committed to excellence? Are they actually improving themselves? Are they going to programs like this and are improving their skill set? And lastly, can I trust you? Because who cares about those other two qualities and qualifications if you can't trust them? And that question gets to the root. Will you hide me?
I love
and
that.
I realize
Love
when
it.
things fall apart, that's all that matters, because the government's going to come with their goon squad and they're going to knock on the door. And are you going to have people who are going to hide you?
That's actually brilliant. Man, I've learned a lot on this so far today. Bryce, I'll give you 30 seconds then, guys. The brainchild behind everything we're doing here with Freedom Train International. Jim Ferguson has come in. And Bryce, if you can give us your last 30 seconds, and then Jim, I'll bring you in to do the wrap-up, sir.
I want to make it clear that the biggest thing and the most important thing that I tell everybody publicly is that the peacetime is over. You have to really look at everything that is talked about on this platform and by everybody that comes to speak courageously about this sort of stuff, is that we're speaking truth to power that the power doesn't like. And eventually they're going to be like, enough is enough, and war is here. And so I really want to make it clear to everybody that if you want to survive what's coming, you are going to have to make significant efforts to prepare for this. Because when things do go sideways, they're going to go sideways very hard and very fast. And the more that you can do today to prepare for this, the more benefit you're going to get, and the more you're going to say, thank God I did this when I did this, because it'll be much harder to do this in the future. Everything that you can do, every day that you can do it, and every piece of knowledge, skill, asset, resources, anything that you can do to prepare for this is going to help you, your family, and your community in the long run. And regardless of where you are, regardless of what you believe, and regardless of what color your skin is or what gender you are, they're going to come for everybody on the planet, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a drone for all of us. And we need to prepare as humans, not just for the war against us, but the war against the machines too. And the only way that we can do that is to organize and mobilize and work together to affect the change that we want to see in the world. And because if we don't, we're going to lose it forever.
And just remember, guys, if you're picking allies, COVID sorted out a lot of them.
Yeah.
Right? Mr. Ferguson, I'd like you to wrap up, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. Nice to meet you, Peter, and Adrian, and of course, Bryce. Long time no see, Bryce. I've got to say what a great show this has been. I've been listening backstage to everything, and I have to be honest, I've learned a lot of things here just from you guys in this particular segment as well. But honestly, I've really enjoyed the show, and I think it's important that people realize that we are always about offering the solutions. We identify the problems here on Freedom Train International, but then we give you the practical solutions. And we've heard from real experts. We weren't giving you financial advice on this show tonight. We were just simply saying, look, these are the options. You go and get your own professional advice. You always make sure you make those own decisions for yourselves. But what is quite apparent that there is definitely moves afoot for the introduction of central bank digital currencies. It's only a few months away, according to the timetables that the globalists have been speaking about. And it's really imperative now that people get ready. And as I always like to say in Freedom Train International, don't be scared, be prepared. And the way you do that is you go to freedomtraininternational.org. There is a wealth of information up there. And you get subscribed, because that's the way you're going to get your families and yourselves and your communities one step ahead, 2 steps ahead, and even 3 steps ahead. We cater to all people, whether you're a complete novice or whether you're at the advanced levels. We can even teach you how to buy land and where to relocate. So get on to freedomtraininternational.org. Start your preparations right away. You don't have time to waste. And gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to see you. Bryce, special thanks to you, mate, for sticking in with us for the 4 hours in total. You'll be well deserved to get a bit of a break after this one. But I have to say, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet all of you tonight. And I wish you all well. And to all the people out there who are watching, you know, Freedom Train International puts on these shows because we care about each other. We care about all of you. And I want to thank each and every one of you out there who have been reposting and retweeting and who support the work of Freedom Train International. Our primary mission is to unite patriots around the world. And there's a little QR code up there in the corner of the screen if you see it. If it's on your heart to maybe go to that, make a little donation, it certainly helps to fuel the engine of the Freedom Train. And on that note, I'd just like to say on behalf of my wonderful ambassadors all around the world, thank you. You guys did a fantastic job again tonight. And remember, keep fighting for freedom. Never be afraid. Just get prepared. That's the message that I would like to end on. So on behalf of Freedom Trade International and the team, this is Jim Ferguson, and we'll speak soon. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yep.
Left behind, no second chances, no compromise. The reckoning rolls with fire in its eyes. No more waiting, no more chains, no more silence. We've stoked the flames. Go, to ride the freedom train. Stay, never again. Turning back, our freedom calls. The throttle's wide, the gears scream red. Run if you want, this train moves ahead. No more waiting, no more chains, no more silence. We've stoked the flame. There's a ride for freedom. Ignite, iron and fury, black smoke in the night, globalist fear. The train draws near.